Well, not always, but at least on this occasion. God morgon allihopa, hyvää huomenta, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Just a few housekeeping matters. We have simultaneous interpreting available. Anyone who doesn't have the receivers and earphones ready, please raise your hand and there's going to be someone to bring the equipment to you. Simultaneous interpreting is available in 3 languages: Finnish, channel number 1, Swedish, channel number 2, and English on channel 3. Finnish 1, Swedish 2, English 3, and there comes the equipment. The equipment master will bring the equipment to you if you raise your hand.
Okay, Mr. Ambassador, ladies and gentlemen, bästa vänner, hyvät ystävät, välkomna officiellt till Hanatinget 2022 och försvarssamarbete mellan Finland och Sverige i en ny tid, en ny era. Lämpimästi tervetuloa tämän vuoden Hana-käräjille. Nämä ovat sellaiset käräjät, jossa kukaan ei ole syytettyjen penkillä, vaan kaikki ovat vapautettujen penkillä. When we welcome to Hanatinget, an exact translation of tinget would be court. That sounds a little bit unfriendly. But this is all about unfriendly. We are all friends. Ibland kan det hända ganska mycket på väldigt kort tid, som till exempel ett år. På Hanatinget 2021, det var den 30 november, levde vi i stämningar där fortsatt oro för coronan, mutationen.
Last year, the 30th of November 2022, we were discussing the Black Swan, and only weeks after the Russian rhetoric started getting tougher and they were starting to limit Finland's and Sweden's room for maneuver, we heard a scary mixture of propaganda, imperialism, etc., that we now know would become an aggression towards Ukraine on the 24th of February, an indication of how Russia attacked a peaceful neighbor, Ukraine. And
Finland och Sverige under stor nationell enighet på vår.
In this event, we decided to apply for NATO membership together with Sweden. And 94%, 188 MPs voted for the NATO membership application, and as we know, 28 out of 30 member states, allies, have ratified our membership application. The Swedish Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson is visiting Ankara in Turkey even as we speak. We have refugees, but also we have seen an attack on the Nord Stream gas pipe in the Baltic Sea. We felt that very strongly. In this year's Hanating, we are going to discuss Finnish and Swedish cooperation in defense policy, our future within NATO and independently of NATO. My name is Stefan Wallin. I've been a Minister for Defense and a Minister for Nordic Cooperation in Finland formerly. And as usual in the Hanating event, we have a selection of high-level experts and dignitaries to discuss the topical situation and topical matters. There are also the defense ministers from both countries and representatives from the defense committees, the parliamentary defense committees. And the Swedish representatives are rather new in their positions, as Sweden just had a parliamentary election. This event is also being streamed online with English, in English, and you can also follow this event in the social media. We have a Twitter wall, and you can use the hashtag Hanating. We're going to have a quick sandwich lunch at 11:15, and I hope that everyone goes back to their seats in time for the next session to start. And now I will give the floor to Victor Andersson, the program director from Hanaholmen, who will say a few words. Thank you, Stefan. Your Excellencies, dear representatives of the Defense Committees, welcome to the Hanating event to discuss Finnish-Swedish defense cooperation in a new era. It is a new era that has started, and I have actually taken a look at the Hanaholmen archives, where we have had program since the institution of this venue in 1975. The first defense political event was organized in 1977, more than 45 years ago. The title at the time was Finland and Sweden, neutrality in two countries. There were representatives from both countries, and the Finnish report said that the three sectors of Finnish foreign policy are extremely important, both in historical and development terms. And the relationship with the Soviet Union is also important, as well as extensive cooperation with the other Nordic countries and economic relationships with Western market economies. After this seminar, the Swedish newspaper Dagens Nyheter reported that just like the Nordic nature, the defense policy is a mystical thing, but defense policy is not giving rise to enthusiasm, but fear. No wonder that the Swedish politicians do not want to invest in our defense and non-alliance. And this theme was discussed both by researchers and by an analysis of media coverage. Cooperation between the countries was not discussed. Instead, the discussion focused on migration from Finland to Sweden. This sounds very strange today. Today, we are discussing integration, first and foremost, our membership application to NATO. Finland and Sweden are closer to one another than ever before since 1809. And we are happy that here in Hanasaari, we are able to mutually enforce each other and face challenges in society and act together in a changing geopolitical environment. Perhaps in 40, 50 years' time, the future will tell what the views on today's discussions will be and what the defense policy of today looks like from the future's perspective. I would like to thank all the international guests and all the audience for coming here. So you are most warmly welcome to this year's Hanating event.
Tack, Victor.
Thank you, Victor.
To invite our first speaker of today, it's a Hanaholmen veteran, in fact. Last year, one of our guests was Jörg, who is Deputy Assistant Secretary General for Defense Policy and Planning at NATO's headquarters in Brussels. But it's not because of lack of imagination that we invited you here this year also. It is the opposite. It was because you were here last year and now can elaborate on all that's happened since last year in just one year, and in fact less than 1 year. Mr. Jörg will now deliver today's keynote. The floor is yours. Sie haben das Wort.
I would like to start with just saying good morning to everybody, to everyone, without getting in any mistakes of, let's say, miscalculation and doing mistakes in the first sentence on addressing the wrong people. My second point, on tradition, well, or veteran, I don't know. Anyway, I like it to be here. Second, in my country, we have a tradition to say once you have done things for a third time, then you have a tradition. So I think there's still a way to go. Really, thank you for the kind invitation to speak to you. And I'm really delighted to be here again. And as you said already at the beginning, much has happened since that time. And I must confess, giving, let's say, the atmosphere, the peace and harmony here at Hanating, you can really feel it. It really stands in a stark contrast to the wider security developments outside that. Getting into the substance really now. Unfortunately, I think we can say the unsettling situation that we had witnessed in November last year has further deteriorated significantly. Everybody knows that. Sadly, war really has returned to the European continent. Russia's continuing aggression against Ukraine has fundamentally altered security in the Euro-Atlantic area and beyond. We have again seen Russia's readiness to use military force against a sovereign nation, to inflict devastating damage and major suffering, to violate international law, and to use nuclear threats to intimidate Ukraine and NATO. The humanitarian catastrophe imposed by Russia on Ukraine is intolerable. This aggression has required, from our perspective, a major re-examination of policy assumptions in relation to Russia's behavior and longer-term trajectory, including the alliance core responsibility for collective defense. Last year, I emphasized why Finland and Sweden are indispensable partners to the alliance and key to the Baltic region security architecture. As close NATO partners who have made valuable contributions together with the alliance for many, many years. During the last decade, we have both deepened and widened that cooperation. And we in NATO have always considered Finland and Sweden like-minded, you know this word, when it comes to our principles and values of democracy, individual liberty, and the rule of law. The decision to join, to apply for membership from Finland and Sweden was clearly, the 18th of May was a historic day. We will never forget that, definitely. This demonstrated the continued importance of the NATO's open door policy, and I talked about that last year, which provides a path to membership for any European state in a position to sign up to the principles of the Washington Treaty and to contribute to the security of the Euro-Atlantic area. Just to recap a bit, on 4th of July, you completed accession talks with NATO, and the following day, you signed the accession protocols, becoming invitees. As of now, as the previous minister had said, 28 of 30 allies have ratified the protocols, and we will hopefully soon see you as members of the alliance. Some said already a unique tempo, and I think that's true. I would like to use this opportunity to set the scene for this conference by focusing actually on two sets of questions. First, what has NATO done lately in response to the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine? And second, what are the security and defense implications of Finnish and Swedish membership for us and for you? Starting with the first one. 1 month after Russia's large-scale invasion of Ukraine, allies convened for Brussels extraordinary summit, and actually I stopped counting summits and defense ministers and foreign ministers meetings on that, and agreed to significantly strengthen NATO's longer-term deterrence and defense posture, and to develop further the full range of ready forces and capabilities to maintain credible deterrence and effective defense. With an added urgency to previous concerns about Russia's intentions, allies agreed to establish additional multinational battle groups in Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania, and Slovakia. These supplemented the 4 multinational battle groups that had already formed in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland. Allies agreed to enhance exercises further with an increased focus on collective defense. Allies also agreed to enhance the resilience of allied societies and infrastructure to counter Russia's malign influence, enhance cyber capabilities and defenses, and further strengthen their preparedness and defense capability against chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear threats. At the Madrid summit in summer this year, NATO heads of state and governments endorsed by a new strategic concept with 3 core tasks still of deterrence and defense, crisis prevention and management, and cooperative security, and agreed to a new baseline for our deterrence and defense posture. As part of this new baseline, Allied leaders committed to deploy additional robust, in-place combat-ready forces on NATO's eastern flank. This as a persistent presence to be scaled up from existing battle groups to brigade-size units where and when required. Underpinned by credible, rapidly available reinforcements, pre-positioned equipment, and enhanced command and control systems, including through the establishment of division-level structures. Allies recommitted to a new generation of military plans that include the concept for deterrence and defense of the Euro-Atlantic area, which focus on force employment to deter and defend today, and the NATO warfighting capstone concept, which offers a vision to guide the alliance's long-term developments to remain militarily strong and to now and in the future. Based on these 2 concepts, allies agreed to a new force model, which will strengthen and modernize the NATO force structure as such, support NATO's 3 core tasks, and resource the alliance's new generation of military plans. Allies have made considerable progress in increasing defense spending and investing in major equipment, taking steps forward towards fairer burden sharing. This year marks the 8th consecutive year of increased defense spending, and allies have reiterated their commitment to the Defense Investment Pledge in its entirety. Allies confirmed that the strategic nuclear forces of the alliance are the supreme guarantee of the security of the alliance, and underscored the importance of ongoing work to ensure the credibility, effectiveness, safety, and security of the nuclear deterrent mission. NATO has done a lot lately. I could go into the next level of detail, but I would rather emphasize the bigger picture here. First, all 30 NATO members stand together in unity and solidarity and reaffirm the enduring transatlantic bond between our nations. We are safeguarding the freedom and security of all members. Second, NATO is a defensive alliance and poses no threat to any country, but our commitment to the Washington Treaty, including Article 5, is ironclad. Third, we are investing in resilience, which is the first line of deterrence and defense, and we're also bolstering NATO's readiness, responsiveness, and reinforcement. In short, allies are significantly strengthening the deterrence and defense of the alliance as the backbone of their Article 5 commitment to defend and shield every inch of NATO territory. Clearly, we are constantly adapting to rapid changing security reality, and NATO's new strategic concept does exactly that. It states that the Euro-Atlantic area is not at peace. This is a fundamental shift from the previous strategic concept published in 2010. The NATO 2022 strategic concept emphasizes that Russia is the most significant and direct threat to Allied security and to peace and stability in the Euro-Atlantic area. It also states that terrorism in all its forms and manifestations is the most direct asymmetric threat to security of the alliance citizens and to international peace and prosperity. The 2022 strategic concept is the alliance vision and set out our purpose, principle, and core tasks. Every single member of the alliance has agreed to every single word in that document. So I will not go through in more details, apart from highlighting, I think, 2 statements that really highlight the gravitas and the scope of the strategic concept, and I think all of you should have it. It's really concise, handy, and good to read. Para 20, just to highlight that. While NATO is a defensive alliance, no one should doubt or strengthen resolve to defend every inch of Allied territory, preserve the sovereignty and territorial integrity of allies, and prevail against any aggressor. And Para 26, we will pursue a more robust, integrated, and coherent approach to building national and alliance-wide resilience against military and non-military threats and challenges to our security as a national responsibility and a collective commitment rooted in Article 3 of the North Atlantic Treaty. As I said, the strategic concept is short and concise, and it outlines what NATO is all about. And this is the alliance that you are entering. My second point, with more respect to Finland and Sweden and implications. Last year, I said in my speech that NATO's door remains open to countries that meet the criteria for membership and make a sovereign decision to join the alliance. The international staff, where I belong to, has been working very closely with you since you decided to apply with both the countries since May again. And your decision to apply was really historic. There is no doubt that Finnish and Swedish membership will substantially strengthen the alliance, politically and militarily. You are highly respected and have an excellent reputation. You have well-trained and professional armed forces, high-end military capabilities, such as modern aircraft, and you have operated and exercised with NATO, with us, for many, many years in many, many areas. That said, as members of the alliance, you will also face new responsibilities when it comes to, for example, defense spending, burden sharing, and interoperability, and I could also add deployability. As the Secretary General has noted, joining the alliance will make you safer, NATO stronger, and the Euro-Atlantic area more secure. Finnish and Swedish membership will lead to a significant enlargement of the Supreme Allied Commanders Europe, SACEUR's the abbreviation, area of responsibility by nearly 800,000 square kilometers, with the addition of an adjacent territorial waters and airspace. Consequently, NATO's border with Russia will more than double from some 1,200 km to 2,500. While the border is a challenge for NATO, a fully united Nordic region is a considerable strengthening of the alliance deterrence and defense posture, both in the north and to the east within NATO, linking Poland and the Baltic region with the United Kingdom, Iceland, Canada, and the United States. It also links the Baltic Sea to the North Sea, Norwegian Sea, and the North Atlantic Ocean properly. My tendency normally is to say, just have a look at a map, and it's obvious, it's very clear. If adequately resourced, the integration of Finland and Sweden into NATO's next generation of plans will improve readiness and responsiveness throughout the northern region, again, within NATO as a whole. Let me end with two observations. Again, first, both Finland and Sweden, partly because we have been non-aligned for so long time, have developed strong ties between your respective military and civilian authorities, our observation. Your approach to civil preparedness is sophisticated, well-structured, and appropriately resourced, partly owing to your societal resilience that is built on great trust for government, institutions, and among citizens. I believe that Finland and Sweden can take on a leading role in that regard within the alliance to develop, maintain, and sustain national resilience as an essential enabler of collective deterrence and defense, and to play a prominent role in NATO's resilience-related governance structures. Given your capability and capacity in this area, you stand ready to contribute significantly to NATO's resilience and civil preparedness activities, and to inject more energy and into military interaction in support of NATO's operational planning. Extending that proposition, you're also well positioned to become advocates among allies and member states of a closer and mutually reinforcing cooperation on resilience between NATO and the European Union. Second, as you become members, you will also see that NATO has a 360-degree approach. This is why I said the entire NATO, 360-degree approach to security and defense. While you are expected to take prime responsibility for your own geographical area, you're also expected to contribute forces beyond your neighborhood. I could even say maybe far beyond. We are already working with you on defense planning and what we call capability targets, or in translation, this is what you are supposed to do once you have joined, once agreed by ministers. Those targets identified through what we call a fair share and reasonable challenge. We will expect Finland and Sweden, as well as every single member, to contribute to all quotas and have to proportionate, deployable, interoperable combat forces. This might require a change in Finnish and maybe Swedish mindset, as you have moved from non-aligned national defense to collective deterrence and defense organization looking in a 360-degree approach. Finally, let me conclude by saying that you, Finland and Sweden, are a perfect match for our alliance, and you will help us a lot. And I look really very much to working with you in the future. And not only to be here today, I have also practical talks with, in this case today, it's Finland, with representatives from the MOD to get this on, because what we are working on is to facilitate a smooth and very quick integration once the political decision has been made. Thank you very much for giving me some time this morning. Thank you very much also for your hospitality and the good talks I had already the privilege yesterday to have with a lot of people from the parliament, from the different parliaments, from defense committees, with researchers, authors. I could never write a book, and just great to have that kind of dialogue. I really very much enjoy that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Jörg, we'll come back to you in a while, in just a second. But now it's my great pleasure to invite Mr. Douglas T. Hickey, who is the United States Ambassador to Finland. Your mandate started on April the 6th, is that correct? And only 42 days later, Finland applied for membership in NATO. Think about that. Mr. Ambassador's headline today is Finland and Sweden, close and long-standing partners of the United States. Mr. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you and good morning. What a year it has been. It's when I was asked to take on this position, I made a couple phone calls to people that I knew well and asked for their advice on Finland and whether or not I should do this. And I called a dear friend of mine, John Kerry, and John said to me, I just want to make sure I get this right. He said, all you need to think about, excuse me, is Russia, NATO, and the Arctic. Go do it. And I did. So thank you for having me here today. You know, the partnership between Finland and Sweden and the United States has been rooted deeply in our shared values of democracy, of human rights, the rule of law, and a shared commitment to strengthening rules-based order. We're collaborating on virtually every pressing challenge of our time. We're working together to promote democracy, advance human rights, address the climate crisis, and ensure regional and global security. We also work together on shared priorities in the Arctic. And now let's talk a little bit about NATO. By the way, I know the application took place 42 days after I got here. I do not take credit for that. Although, I have to say I'm honored to be here at such an historic time in Finland's history, NATO's history, and the United States' history. So let's talk about NATO a little bit. As President Joe Biden has said, Finland and Sweden are two great democracies and two close and highly capable partners to join the strongest, most powerful defense alliance in the history of the world. Now, we're pleased with the progress that's being made toward Finland and Sweden becoming members of the alliance. It's been mentioned that 28 out of the 30 countries have already voted. And we fully expect that Hungary and Turkey will do the same in a timely manner. And I'll get back to that a little bit later. Excuse me. As I've said many times in the past, Finland and Sweden are accretive to all members of NATO. And let me just talk about Finland for a minute. Finland brings a purpose-built Navy to the Baltic. The United States is more of a blue water Navy, so the complement of what happens in Finland to the United States is really extraordinary. The Air Force here in Finland, with the addition of the F-35s, makes it one of the most advanced in Europe, if not in the world. Thank you very much. And the conscription model in Finland makes available an army capable that's larger than France, Germany, and Italy combined. And the consistent willingness to spend on defense, meeting or exceeding the required 2%. That is nothing new to the Finns. And we've seen Finnish and Swedish troops have already served shoulder to shoulder with the US and NATO in Kosovo, Afghanistan, and Iraq. And as President Biden has said, Sweden and Finland have strong democratic institutions, strong militaries, strong transparent economies, and a moral sense of what is right. They meet every NATO requirement and then some. And having 2 NATO members in the High North will enhance the security of our alliance and deepen our security cooperation across the board. Finland and Sweden joining the alliance will further strengthen NATO's collective security and deepen transatlantic partnerships. Now, the United States is committed to security of Sweden and Finland, and we'll continue to work and remain vigilant against any threats to our shared security and to deter and confront aggression or the threat of aggression. We'll continue to strengthen the alliance's capability to address all threats to transatlantic security, including terrorism, malign use of emerging and disruptive technologies, malicious cyber and hybrid operations, Russia's aggressive actions, and other challenges to the rules-based international order. Now, let's be clear. The United States does not seek a military conflict with Russia. NATO is a defense alliance, but any military action directed against any NATO ally would trigger a strong response from the United States, and our President, Secretary of State, and others have made that clear. We're modernizing the alliance for the world we face. We're committed to working with allies to build societal resilience and address the security implications of climate change, and to face down foreign election interference, democratic backsliding, resurgent authoritarianism, and corruption, and to produce and secure technologies of the future. And that's a key aspect of the relationship that we have with Sweden and Finland. And to be specific, we'll continue to be partners with Finland and Sweden on the development of 5 and 6G technologies around the globe, on AI, on quantum computing, and green technologies as well. Now let's talk about NATO and Turkey and Hungary for just a minute. You know, we obviously want to be respectful to all participants in the process, including Turkey and Hungary. I've met with the Hungarian ambassador, and she assures me that this will get done, that Hungary will support. And just recently, I'm sure you've all seen that President Niistu talked to Prime Minister Orban, and Prime Minister Orban made it clear that he can count, that Finland can count on its support. And I'm sure the same for Sweden. So there is clear progress in that arena. And then President Erdogan has met with the head of NATO last week. This week, meeting with the new Prime Minister of Sweden. These are all positive signs and show that people are working aggressively to get this done because it's in the interest of all countries, not any individual country. And we want this to happen for all members. And let me just talk a little bit about Russia and Ukraine. As the president, our president has said, winning the war in Ukraine is to get Russia out of Ukraine completely and recognize Ukraine's sovereignty. Supporting Ukraine in that goal has been the right thing to do because it's important for all of us that Ukraine wins the war against Russia's invading forces. And if Putin wins, it's not only a defeat for Ukraine, it's not only a defeat for Ukraine, but it's also a defeat for all of us. It will make the world a more dangerous place, and it will make us more vulnerable to Russia's and others' further aggression. So it's critical that Ukraine win. And the United States' ironclad commitment to Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity is steadfast and resolute. As our president has said, the world has sent a clear message. Russia cannot erase a sovereign state from the map. Russia cannot change borders by force. Russia cannot seize another country's territory as its own. The United States will never recognize Russia's purported annexation of any territory it illegally seized from the Ukraine. And such territory remains part of Ukraine. You know, in the United States, and just like in Finland and Sweden, we continue to support Ukraine through humanitarian, security, and economic aid. The United States has delivered unprecedented amount of military assistance to Ukraine, valued at approximately $18 billion since the beginning of the second invasion on February 24th. The United States also has provided $1.5 billion in humanitarian assistance to support the displaced, including refugees and others. And since 2014, the United States has provided over $33 billion in assistance to Ukraine. And finally, we don't know when the war in Ukraine will be over. But what we know is this: Ukraine will emerge victorious. The United States will continue to stand united with Ukraine as long as it takes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Hickey, for your remarks. Now we've got some time for some questions. Also, the audience will be brought in, so please be ready if you have something in mind. But first of all, I'd like to ask Jörg C. You can respond from where you are right now. You said in your speech that allies have made, quote, allies have made considerable progress in increasing defense spending, and this year marks the 8th consecutive year of increased defense spending. Right now, the new Swedish government is preparing its first budget proposition, and here in Finland we have general elections next year. Will also, of course, affect the economic politics in Finland for the coming years. I don't ask you to give good advice to the politicians, but what would be your greetings as far as the 2% budget goal recommendation is concerned?
Does it work? Oh, wow. The good thing I don't even need to operate it. It just works. The answer, or the plea, I think, would be very clear. We all understand, and we have seen over the last years, after, especially since 2014, that more defense spending is really necessary and relevant. Given the homework heads of states have given us in the Madrid summit, and just to recap a bit, it's about the force posture, it's about the force itself, it's about readiness, it's about command and control, it's about having the right capabilities, modern, high-tech, state-of-the-art to cope with any kind of threat. I could continue that list, but I think this makes it already quite obvious why defense spending really matters. And it was good news what you just said in terms of having already many countries meeting it. And I think we hopefully see a tendency that is again positive. And I think the next summit in Vilnius next year will hopefully pave the way to that, because the heads of states already agreed to look into that. And hopefully we may end up with something that could say that the 2% really should be the floor in the future, not the ceiling or an aim point we have to go and we have to aim at. I think that's really important. And the examples I've been given why this is necessary, I think is very, very obvious.
Thank you. And a question to Ambassador Hickey. After the enlargement of NATO that is going on right now with Finland and Sweden is complete, there will be 8 countries around the Baltic Sea, the Nordic countries, or in the neighborhood of the Baltic Sea, the Nordic countries and the Baltic countries. That's 8 out of 32, it's 25%. That's a lot. How does this look like from a US perspective when the Nordics are getting so much stronger around the Baltic Sea within NATO?
Well, I think I don't view that as a threat. I view it as an opportunity. I think it's important, you know, as President Biden has said, having Finland and Sweden join now strengthens not just the high north, but really every aspect of NATO. I think having other like-minded countries as part of the NATO opportunity is positive for all. So I look at it as a positive thing, not a negative thing by any stretch.
Thank you. That was what we expected. All right, let's bring in the people, please. I think you could need you could use the microphone. And please tell us who you are. And the questions can also be put in Swedish or Finnish because the translation works.
Thank you very much. Well, my name is Filip Hamro-Drots. I am a former actor in Finnish business, now retired. I would like to put a question to Mr. Ambassador. Mr. Ambassador, you mentioned that when you were considering becoming ambassador in Finland, you got some words from when you asked for it. What would be the reason? And he said that think Russia, think NATO, and think Arctic. My question is as regards Arctic. Would you like to comment with some words this aspect as ambassador in Finland and here up in this situation? Of course. Thank you.
Please.
The Arctic's critical to our thinking. You know, as we all know, the Arctic is warming at about 4 times the rate of anywhere else in the world. And as your president said many times, President Niinistöä, what happens in the Arctic, you know, affects all of the world, and we need to be sensitive to that. The United States just recently put together a updated strategy document that's been now shared with the world on our intent to cooperate with all the countries in the Arctic to find a solution. And as you'll see, I'm sure at the COP conference with Secretary Kerry, that is going to be a huge topic of conversation of how do we work together to help solve the issues of the Arctic. Now, having said that, there's one player that isn't participating in those conversations, which is Russia. And it's important, and I guess it's sad that they're not participating, but they're not participating for good reason because of what they've done in Ukraine. But we need to, even independent of them, we need to be moving forward with a productive strategy with all of our partners on the Arctic. And you can be assured it's a key priority of what we're doing, what I'm doing here in Finland, and obviously what we're doing from a full perspective of the United States.
Thank you. Any questions? Yeah, please.
Thank you. I don't want to steal the floor. My name is Jonson. I'm a member of parliament and also a member in the Defense Committee. My question goes to the ambassador. You are having the elections going on in the USA. How do you see if there are going to be any changes regarding the support for Ukraine? And another question, do you see any kind of change when it comes to policies from the USA considering the NATO as it is?
Don't you want to ask another question of my friend here from NATO?
I think it was pretty clear that the 2% should be the goal, and I'm glad to say that Finland already has more than 2% of GDP and will have it also in the future.
Absolutely. I guess on the elections, there will be change for sure. There always is. And historically, in the United States, the incumbent party loses seats in the legislative body in the midterms. So I would expect that will happen. To what extent, I just don't know. But on the support piece of it, I think it's really interesting to look back. And we talked about the vote that took place in Parliament, where 95 or 94% acceptance of moving forward with NATO. In the United States, and I kid around with your president about this, is we got 95% in our Senate. So 95 senators voted for NATO. It's one of the few things that our parties in the United States agree upon. So it was aggressively supported by Democrats and Republicans, from representatives from north, south, east, and west. I don't expect that's going to change. And the reason I don't expect that is our legislators understand the importance of supporting Finland and Sweden, not just to support them, but it improves the body of NATO as a whole. So I think we'll absolutely see that continue. On Ukraine, the United States, amongst many other countries, have been very aggressive in the support in Ukraine from a military perspective, economic and humanitarian. And while there's always voices in government that talk about not supporting a certain program, the voices are very loud and aggressive on continuing to support our efforts in Ukraine. And I think it really goes back to the statement I made earlier, is that if the Ukrainians don't win, Russia wins. And if Russia wins, that's an awful position to put all democracies in. And we just can't afford for that to happen. So there might be some rhetoric out there, but I think when you really talk to people directly about this, the amount of support that's available to continue our support and others of Ukraine is very vibrant and solid.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you. Charlie Salonis Pasternak. I work at the Finnish Institute of International Affairs. I have a question, I guess, mainly to the Deputy Assistant Secretary General. Even today, we've heard a lot about 2%. And I understand it's a shorthand. But at the same time, I see that Finland's defense capability has been developed over decades at under 2%. And partially, it's this long-term planning perspective which has enabled it, which is in slight contrast to NATO, which has maybe understandably shifted its planning basis or requirements for members over the past 2 decades quite radically. So I'm curious, how can we talk differently than just about 2%? There are members now who spend 2%, but frankly, probably can't do most of what we just heard about in terms of 360 and expeditionary capabilities. Are there other things that we could in public talk about, which doesn't just boil down to 2% and how much money you spent, as opposed to how well you plan it and what you spend it on?
Please.
Hopefully it's still on. First, I'm really grateful that you put the focus on not just on cash. This is why I talked about the examples on command and control capabilities and so forth. Let me just give you 2 examples where I think that NATO really offers a long-term perspective. The NATO defense planning process, it's an awkward beast to some extent, but it's a useful one. And normally the cycle is a 4-year cycle with the guidance, but the experience shows that normally the outreach is 10 years and more. So this is relevant for industry, for procurement, to have exactly that kind of sustainability, that kind of guarantee what needs to be done in the future. That's the process. Secondly, and I think this is even more important, NATO came back over, let's say, 30 years roughly of crisis management getting now into more and stronger focus on collective defense. And this requires a different set of forces. This requires also, then you look in the 360-degree approach for many countries, either more deployability or something else in terms of capabilities. And this is, I think, where Finland and also Sweden, why I said a bit cautiously this morning, there are new responsibilities. And being ready for your own territorial defense is one thing, to stand and being up and ready, really in terms of readiness, to fight wherever required within the Article 5 scenario. This requires much more. And interoperability, maybe my third point, we have seen, I have a military background, so I have seen Finnish and Swedish comrades really fighting alongside ourselves, serving with us, be they in Afghanistan or in Kosovo or somewhere else, normally on company or even battalion level. When we talk about on collective defense, we're talking on the land side of the house, for example, on brigades, so roughly 5,500 people. So this is a different scope and scale when we talk about readiness to get high-end ready forces done. And I think there's a lot of things you can really talk about, just taking the strategic concept as the baseline. Why this is related to more spending, but this is really spending on something that is real and where many nations need to do more just to get up and ready, not on a small scale, but on a larger scale to really fulfill the requirements of Article 5. Sorry, a long answer, but I think it's a fairly complex one. And I think this needs to be, it's utterly important to explain that publicly because it's not a secret, it's obvious.
Thank you. Hanna Gunnarsson.
Yes, thank you. Hanna Gunnarsson from the Swedish Defense Committee, Left Party. I have a question for Jörg C. I really liked hearing that you talk about strong societies and civil preparedness and having trust in society and resilience and so on. I would like to hear a little bit more about the civilian threats, the NATO view on the civilian threats, cyber, for example, climate change, all these, the preparedness that we need that is a little bit outside of the military. Thanks.
Please.
So coming from the military background, not just wearing my suit, but climate change, hybrid, critical infrastructure, threats to critical infrastructure, civil infrastructure, I think it became very obvious over the last years, and especially now in Ukraine, how relevant that is, A, for the society itself, and B, also from a deterrence and defense perspective. When we talk about secure supply chains, when we talk about diesel or gasoline or whatsoever, this equally applies, or power plants, this equally applies to the civilian society as well as to deterrence and defense. And I think over the Warsaw summit some years ago in 2016 up until to now, the work on resilience has, let's say, created a much bigger momentum than before, including work on climate and so forth. This is all now element and part, really relevant elements of the strategic concept. And I had the pleasure to chair a meeting 2 weeks ago with, let's say, the CEO of the Ukraine energy security company. So actually the one being responsible for getting energy and supply right. And I think he gave us a clear indication what it really means to lose 30 or maybe even 40% of the energy that is required on the electrical side of the house for a country. And looking in 30 faces around myself, then immediately the question came up on where are we on redundancy? Where are we on buffering for that? Everybody has planned a bit for buffering and redundancy, but really 30%, 40%. And there are civil implications, military implications. And I think there's a clear NATO role in providing, let's say, the relevant, let's say, information, to share information, to talk about that. But there's clearly, and this is why it's rooted in Article 3, a national responsibility to do that. So we are not getting into the national responsibility, but this is what I called a collective commitment to think about that, using NATO as a forum to coordinate better, and of course benefiting from the good experience and the, let's say, the manifold approaches many allies have already nationally try to do that. I hope this answers a bit the question.
Thank you. So it did. Matti Pesu, please.
Thank you. I'm Matti Pesu with the Finnish Institute of International Affairs. I have a question for Deputy Assistant Secretary General, still regarding the 360 approach and the responsibility side of Finnish and Swedish respective NATO memberships. So you pointed out that when Finland and Sweden become allies, NATO will have expectations on Finland and Sweden, and it expects both countries to develop deployable, interoperable combat forces. So could you still elaborate a bit, just to give a rough idea on what kind of forces or capabilities NATO may expect Finland and Sweden to develop? Because I think this is important for the Finnish national debate. And last week, the government released its draft proposal on Finland's and Sweden's Finland's accession to NATO, and it refers to the NDPP process and potential capability targets, and states that actually the requirements may be quite costly. So I think this is important to understand in Finland. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
I think what I can do without preceding let's say, discussion with both Finland and Sweden, and of course not preceding any political decisions taken on that. What we are already doing is talking to Finland, Sweden, making let's say, a thorough analysis of your capabilities already available, combining that with the existing capability targets we have from 21 in terms of expectations, and have a look into that, where you come out of it, and where are the deficiencies and so forth. These talks are happening actually this week and have happened already back last week or 2 weeks ago in Sweden. Putting that together, you get a first indication where you land on that. I'm saying that a bit carefully, back to principles. The basic understanding of that planning process is to have given the proportionate, the population, the relative wealth, your economy, let's say, the targets on that. And to give you just an illustrative example, a strong country like Finland, for example, in this case, cannot end up with just 2 companies being deployable. We would be then down on the level of very small allies, and there are just 2 in my mind without getting into that one. So you can actually expect more on that on the land side. Also, we take care about their strengths and weaknesses in the air, at sea. The geography for Finland is different than for Sweden. So exactly the process for that and what we required of each of the country would be different. And of course, we have ideas how we have done that before with other countries directly located in the east. This has also an impact on what kind of forces need to be built up there. So I think this is what I said in my speech. We are doing the utmost at this time to realize a smooth and very speedy integration process. And of course, once you have been a member, then you get official targets being agreed by the ministers in February already next year, hopefully. And then you can plan for that, and then you can plan for a longer term on that, because this won't change just every couple of days. Definitely not. This would be absolutely not possible for the procurement industry to follow.
Thank you. Elisabeth Rehn, please.
Today, nobody is saying anymore if we join NATO. They say when we join NATO. We are now, as you pointed out, just 8 countries here around the Nordic waters. And all the leaders of Sweden and Finland have also pointed out that we will definitely not be any kind of bloc, but it's good that we are together, all those 8. How is NATO looking at these blocks within the NATO membership? Is it Is it for use? Or is it something you have to be used to? Or is it better that they definitely are not existing? To the minds, of course, the Northerns are together. But how do you look at this altogether? You can answer if you can.
No, I'm more than happy to answer that because the answer is very simple. Just where was the question? Just here we go. Very close. Thank you. The NATO view is a very simple one on that. Security, defense is indivisible. It's for 30 allies, or hopefully soon 32 allies. Regional cooperation is something else. And I think collective defense, really tells us a story to think about also regional elements and specifics. And there's nothing against in terms of cooperating in some areas. Again, looking at the map makes it very clear and very obvious what is required. But I'm not even carefully avoid the word block. I could even say that's not the right word. We are not a 30 allies, let's say, composition of different blocks. The strength of NATO is to act unitedly as one alliance. And of course, we have regional specifics. If you look into the north or the northeast or the east or the south, and there are different formats doing that. But this does not compensate for unity, for a common approach to security. So cooperation is one thing, happy, but this is not the way of getting into a split up NATO. So I think the answer is very straightforward.
Thank you. Well, we have some minutes left. It's Finland, Sweden joining NATO. It's almost like a wedding, and in the US used to say that, speak up now or keep your peace forever. So anybody, like Kimmo Sasi, please.
Thank you. Let me ask Secretary General C. We have collective defense, Article 5. How does it work in practice? So if a member country is attacked, so there's a defense plan, but how the action is decided? Do the heads of state have to convene and ask Mr. Erdogan, so are you ready that we go forward? Or what is the process in practice? Thank you.
Yeah, okay, well, let's take another one. Please. He will answer the question, don't worry. Yeah. Please. Yeah, see you.
Thank you. My name is Timo Koponen. I'm a retired ambassador. I would like to refer to the situation in Western Balkans a long time ago. NATO was needed there, like NATO will be needed today in wider European problems. I'm afraid Vladimir Putin will be trying to keep his activities strolling until and over US presidential elections, because he might have idea to solve situation like he was actively supporting I4, S4 activities a long time ago.
Thank you. 2 questions, 1 answer. Please.
Well, starting with the first one, Article 5. That's the idea of the alliance. If an ally is attacked, we have Article 5. That's it. Get on with it. This is the whole idea. This is the whole idea. And all about, and everything else in Brussels and how we run that and what comes next and which kind of plans will be activated. Just Article 5 is a given. It happens. That's the idea of, let's say, Article 5, once being attacked. NATO stands up at 30, or hopefully at 32 then, and that's it. So that's a very simple answer, I think. And on the second, which is more common, I think the Secretary made it very clear even over the recent months that NATO has a very, very close eye also on the Balkans. He spent a lot of times there talking to the leaders over there. We had been heavily involved in the debate on what happens in Bosnia-Herzegovina and the EU mandate and all that kind of stuff. And this is another reason what I said before in terms of having a 360-degree approach. It's really looking around what happens and really having the appropriate situation awareness both on the political and the military level.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jörg. Thank you, Ambassador Hickey, for your contributions. Believe it or not, we're in schedule. That's not usually the case. And that means that we're looking forward to meeting the ministers. Jag byter till svenska. Jag har sagt att, jag skriver att som traditionen påbjuder, bara med små undantag, är också försvarsministrarna.
And we have the ministers of defense from both Finland and Sweden. Mr. Kaikkonen is unfortunately unable to attend because he has been taken ill, and he is going to be substituted by another colleague. But the Swedish Minister of Defense, Paul Jonson, has been in his office for only a few weeks now. Earlier, he was member and chair of the Defense Committee in Sweden. We have also Esa Pulkkinen, the State Secretary of the Ministry of Defense, and he has also been the head of the one of the departments of the Finnish Ministry of Defense. But Paul Jonson, now the floor is yours. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this event. Stefan, I need to correct you. I was, in fact, in the directorate of Hanating until I became the minister, but that was a duty that was very important for me. I've been here before, but I was not here as a Minister of Defense. This is my second trip abroad as a minister, also the first trip I made to Helsinki, which is an indication of our close cooperation in defense matters. I would like to say just a few words about our cooperation, our NATO membership applications, and our contributions to the shared security, the collective security. I would like to say first that Europe is facing one of the most serious security political situations since the end of the Second World War. Russia is challenging the free world with its authoritarian domestic policy and aggressive foreign policy, with its indefensible and illegal aggression towards Ukraine. Russia has violated against peace in Europe, violated against international law and the security system. Unfortunately, there are no signs that Russia is going to change its aggressive behavior. Instead, it is using all tools in its toolbox, both political, diplomatic, and economic tools and methods to reach its goals. Therefore, in these dangerous times, security policy must reorient it to tackle the threats, risks, and vulnerabilities that Sweden and Europe are facing. That's why we are going to bring Sweden to NATO hand in hand with Finland. And establish ourselves as a strong and valued ally. I would like to emphasize that NATO is the core platform of transatlantic cooperation on security and defense. It is one of NATO's assets that it brings Europeans and North Americans to the same table to discuss a common security agenda every day. Sweden will continue to promote an enhanced cooperation between EU and NATO, and this topic will also be taken up during the Swedish EU presidency 2023. We are going to participate in the EU's security and defense policy, and we will also take into consideration that Denmark has dropped its reservation and will participate in this work in the future. Well, what can Sweden expect when our full membership starts, hopefully soon? It will involve a paradigm shift in the Swedish defense and security policy, and the greatest change in our security policy in at least half a century. NATO membership concerns the entire society and all parts of our total defense. When we become full members together with Finland, not only are we going to complete the accession process together with Finland, but also we're going to strengthen the national defense, including total defense, and we will honor all our duties and commitments as an ally in NATO and get systematically integrated into the various NATO structures. As soon as possible, we will meet the NATO target of the NATO defense spending target of 2% of GDP no later than 2026. We know that most of the countries in our neighboring region, including Finland and the Baltic states, have already reached 2%. Within NATO, 2% is increasingly being referred to as a floor, not a ceiling, and this will impact all our work. We share the NATO's 360-degree approach to security, meaning that we must be prepared in all directions for all kinds of threats and challenges. Our work within NATO to fight against international terrorism and is an integral part of this. And as an ally, Sweden is going to contribute to the security of the whole alliance. For example, Sweden and Finland are important factors in the Baltic Sea region and in the north of Europe, and we will shoulder our responsibility for the security of these regions. This will grow in importance as we become full members of NATO. We will deepen and adapt our cooperation, interoperability between the countries and with NATO countries such as Norway and Denmark will increase as Sweden and Finland become full members. We will be able to develop existing bilateral and trilateral and regional cooperation forms. For example, the Nordic NORDEFCO work is going to be developed and its structures will be reassessed. We will also look at how NATO membership is going to impact Nordic cooperation. We feel that it will strengthen Nordic cooperation. Sweden is going to become the president of NORDEFCO in 2023, in other words, at the same time as the Swedish EU presidency is going to take place. Finally, I would like to say that or discuss Sweden's contribution as a full ally in NATO. We fully support NATO's principle of deterrence and traditional forces. This is the cornerstone based on collective defense and Article 5. Sweden wants to contribute with new capabilities, including air policing, as well as the enhanced forward presence and standing NATO maritime group and standing NATO mine countermeasures group, and we expect NATO membership to facilitate more deep-going defense cooperation. And I'm convinced that Finland's and Sweden's NATO membership will enhance all of our security, not only Finland's and Sweden's, but all allies' security, and will contribute to promote peace in the world. Thank you.
Tack så mycket, minister Jonson. Vi återkommer.
Thank you, Minister Jonson. We'll take questions immediately, but now we have Esa Pulkkinen. Lieutenant General from the Ministry of Defense. Thank you, Stefan.
Huomenta. Like was mentioned by Stefan Wallin, my minister was not able to come here this morning, but I do hope that I can replace him. At least I try to do my best. Jatkan nyt tätä puhetta.
I shall now continue in Finnish. There's a saying, a friend in need is a friend indeed. Finland and Sweden are not in distress, though, but the war of aggression by Russia has certainly brought us closer to each other. We discuss in a very different situation about the defense cooperation between Finland and Sweden as during the previous Hanating. During this year, we've met with our Swedish friends, we've discussed, we've coordinated, we've taken important decisions, using the same schedule as also for the NATO membership. The speed of this cooperation could perhaps be depicted by the fact that as a few years back, we set ourselves objectives for the next 5 years until the year 2023. Very recently, we could note together that the majority of these objectives have already been achieved. We've, for instance, agreed on exchanging air policing data and on arrangements regarding host nation support. In the field of cooperation for military exercises, we've also taken new steps. At the early autumn in the northern Finland, Sweden deployed the first time its forces to the under the command of the Finnish army. We've increased contacts at all levels. For instance, we've had a seconded staff member of the Ministry of Defense during this autumn in the Ministry of Defense in Stockholm, Sweden. Usually at this situation, we'd put our heads together and we'd set ourselves new objectives. As the defense report of last year specifically says for Sweden, that we'll set no limits in advance for deepening our cooperation, nor any restrictions. Imagination is the only limit for this planning phase. However, at this moment, we also have another ongoing project, and we pay attention to that. And Minister Jonson already said quite a few words when raising the issue of NATO. The membership of NATO for Finland and Sweden really starts a new era for our bilateral cooperation too. We are not yet aware of what it may look like, but I'd like to outline a few elements to that. In future, we have to see Northern European defense as a whole, comprising the Nordic countries, the Baltic countries, the Baltic Sea region, and the Arctic area. For this reason, we have had questions raised regarding the command structure or the NATO bases in Finland, which is not reasonable or not even possible to consider that as matters pertaining to Finland. We can, however, say already at this point that regarding this bigger picture, the cooperation of Finland and Sweden is an important part. Secondly, the nature of Nordic cooperation will change. Now we have various arrangements for tripartite and bipartite cooperation, and in addition to that, we also operate under NORDEFCO and its framework. I believe that in future it will be more based on contents than structures, and more often than to date, a cooperation between the 5 countries within NORDEFCO. All in all, the meaning and significance of so-called operative cooperation will be focused in the Nordic framework too. And finally, the link of the Nordic cooperation to NATO will be strengthened. As it has been said here, the Nordic countries will not establish a bloc within NATO. And at the same time, the NATO-related matters also will be spoken in all Nordic meetings. It is reasonable to consider between neighboring countries how the collective objectives set in NATO will be implemented. And on the other hand, the pragmatic and practical Nordic cooperation could provide initiatives that are beneficial for others too. I am certain that the Nordic countries can, as a whole, bring a bigger added value to NATO and Europe, as if considered their size. In the EU matters, we've already had experience to this, and in future we also have better preconditions for that, as Denmark lifted its reservation regarding the EU defence cooperation, as was mentioned before. The special position of Sweden as partner to Finland will still remain during the new era. Our new partners will also become more partners like Sweden in future, our new allies. By that I mean that amongst allies we can do things that so far have only been possible with Sweden, mostly. I do not think it is wrong to say that the continuously deepened cooperation in defence matters with Sweden has, for its part, prepared us to a change of culture that we are facing whilst joining NATO. Of course, our membership in NATO will open up totally new opportunities for our bilateral cooperation, and we're not able to yet imagine all of that. However, now it is not a time for new openings. Let us first take and terminate this joint matter hand in hand, as was just said by the Minister of Defense of Sweden earlier.
Kiitoksia.
Thank you, Pulkkinen, Secretary of State. Now we could have some questions, and I'd like to ask a semi-private and official question here. A year ago, the membership in NATO for Sweden and Finland was not yet a fruit that we'd like to pick, and now we are all going towards NATO as members very unanimously, with a very tragic background, as Russia is now violating human rights and the people of Ukraine is suffering. When did you personally understand that Finland and Sweden will apply for NATO membership? When did you understand that exactly that it would happen? Minister Jonson. We saw the situation change on the 17th of December as Mr. Lavrov proposed for a new agreement regarding the European security order, where Finland and Sweden no longer would be having the right to choose their security path. And I would also limit our international security cooperation, as when Russia has complained that Finland and Sweden should not join NATO, but before such a binding agreement was not proposed, that was really like staggering us as we against what we thought that we were proceeding to. And the second decisive moment was the start of the war of aggression, when we understood that Russia was ready to take greater political risks that nobody considered probable. That was the moment when we very quickly understood the need for full security guarantees, as there is a difference being a full member or not, as that has also been a pertinent matter to Ukraine. I think these were the 2 points. And personally, I arrived to Helsinki 2 days after the war had started, and I noticed that many things had changed. I believe that Finland, who also is the bordering country to Russia, also feels it even more concretely than us in Sweden. Esa.
For translation. When I started my career 25 years ago in the Ministry of Defense, I was responsible for NATO. I was a so-called NATO desk officer. During that time, I thought that Finland's membership in NATO may happen in 2 or 3 years. Unfortunately, I was not right. then I lost my hope. I thought that this option is going to stay there forever, and I couldn't believe that Finland could send the application to NATO when there's a bad weather. That's a reference to the war in Ukraine. Therefore, my personal, let me say, more positive view on Finnish possible membership in NATO. NATO appeared at the same time as it appeared in a public debate discussion with the Finnish citizens and of course with the government. So I couldn't foresee it as early as Dr. Penttilä did it already last year. But life is full of surprises. Sometimes they are positive. In this case, this is positive, but unfortunately, I would say this happens during a time when Ukrainians are suffering a lot. I mean, there's open war against Russia, and that's really provides a kind of the dark shadow for the Finnish membership and Swedish membership as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Kiitos. Vi ska ta någon publikfråga. En kort fråga till...
Thank you. Then a brief question to Minister Jonson. As Prime Minister Christensen is visiting Ankara today, a question what we might expect from there and from that meeting. I do not wish to give an analysis to that before the meeting is over, but as Stefan Wallin, you know, our aim is to become full members as soon as possible, and that is an important question for Sweden. We do have strategic dialogue with Turkey, and we do have the agreement between Finland, Sweden, and Turkey, and we will hear the opinion of President Erdogan of this, and we'll answer the questions posed as soon as possible. We wish to become members to NATO as soon as possible, indeed. Thank you. Then we could take questions from the audience. Hanna Ojanen from the city of Tampere, the University of Tampere. I'd like to ask a following question. How do you see the role of NATO in the Arctic areas now and in future? Thank you. Would Esa like to start?
Vi är så artiga mellan Finland och Sverige.
We are so polite, us Finns and Swedes together. Indeed, I dare to say that Sweden has also realized that the Arctic is a very strategic region and Russia is of course present there. And similarly, the climate change is also having an impact on trade routes, which also increases the presence of China there. So it has a strategic meaning and it will be increasing furthermore. To my understanding, Norway has been active in taking the Arctic further into consideration in NATO, and the whole of Nordics sees the Arctic also as a strategic point, as well as also the Baltic Sea region. And we speak about it in the Nordics as a collective defense political region.
Like you said, the Arctic as a region and of course the Baltic region are tied, so that they belong to in the big strategic picture in the same let me say theater. But having said that, I would say that if I look from Finnish point of view, the fact that we will become a members of NATO will require us to look the Arctic from the eyes or in the eyes of NATO member, and of course then certain concerns that not have been exclusively our own so far, perhaps more on NATO's or Norwegian side, should be taken also into account in our thinking. Thank you.
Kiitos. Vi tar snabba frågor och snabba svar. Varsågod.
Thank you. Other questions?
Excellent discussion. Sensako is my name. I'm an Estonian ambassador. Good to see old friends at the stage. Maybe a bit of a continuation on the same theme. As I said previously, and now repeated in a different wording, that we have to look at the region more widely, Arctic, Nordic, Baltic, and the Baltic Sea region as one strategic area. How do you both see actually what are the options of tackling the issues in front of this wide region in the Northern Europe? I mean, is there a role for JEF in it, for example? Do you see a chance for a amalgamation of NORDEFCO and the Baltic Defence Cooperation, which have been kind of grown in separately, but are dealing in the same issue in terms of countries joining together, improving their defense and security? Or is there any other way of actually you're looking at that? How to basically now put teeth and muscles to the idea that this is a one big strategic area? Thank you.
Thank you. Who will start?
Thank you, Sven. For those who don't know, we were 5-year colleagues with Sven when he was a Estonian policy director, and we had quite a close cooperation with him for many years ago. I would say that, of course, the fact that due to the Finnish and Swedish membership in NATO, NATO will get over 1 million square kilometer land, air, and ground for the area of operation that NATO will operate. That will change many things quite dramatically here in High North, and it's quite early yet, or still, to make a clear assessment how we will adapt to the situation in a political sense. But there's a process ongoing now where actually NATO is making an assessment how to integrate Finnish and Swedish defense into a broader NATO defense. And after that has been done, of course, we know how the expectations as NATO as an institution will have vis-a-vis Finland and Sweden, and then we'll open up the discussion how we could actually, in a broader sense, to use the already existing frameworks like the Nordic-Baltic cooperation. We mentioned a few words with Paul on Nordic cooperation. That that is already very well functioning format. That's for sure. But what's in my view is also important to emphasize that that's my personal view. Is that once Finland and Sweden will become members of NATO, we should not see exclusively establish a Nordic cluster. That's also my experience when working in European Union, that we need to look actually 360 degrees and also take into account of other requirements NATO may have, of course, in this Nordic-Baltic area, but also broader in the whole Euro-Atlantic area where NATO has a responsibility to contribute on defense.
Swedish English, or ska jag köra svenska? Eller,
you choose.
Okay, well, great seeing you again, Sven. I realized today it was 22 years since first met you at the MOD when you were policy director as well. Just a few remarks then. I think this is going to be quite fluid. We're going to be using different institutions. Sometimes it's going to be JEF, sometimes it's going to be NORDEFCO, sometimes it's going to be the trilateral cooperation that we have between Sweden, Finland, and Norway. For one thing, I must say that the GF has been helpful for us, providing reassurance. I know, for example, I very much appreciate also the UK having a bigger footprint in our part of the region. That's very much appreciated. Of course, what they're doing up in Estonia with their battle groups. We have the GEF and we have the Northern Group. I think that is great. And we're willing and able to work with very many different partners in this regard. I'm actually going to my first GEF meeting tomorrow, and I'm excited about the strategic dialogue we're going to be having within the GEF. Just final note on that, because sometimes this bilateralism, trilateralism, and so forth. What I want to stress is how much we appreciate all the reassurances that we have received after we became invitee by the United States, by the United Kingdom, Germany, France, the other Nordics also, that we will not be standing alone in case we would be exposed to an aggression. I think that has been pivotal for Sweden and Finland as well, and we feel safer. And of course, we want to become full-fledged members of the alliance and then also enjoy the benefits of Article 5 and NATO's common defense planning. But we feel safer and more secure now than before we reached the invitee status.
Thank you, tack. Nu fanns det frågor i publiken, men nu är det tyvärr.
Thank you. Now our schedule forces us to save our questions and comments for later. We thank Minister Jonson and also State Secretary Pulkkinen. Now we do have time. We have half time now, so we are awaiting lunch, and there is no free lunch, as we know. So that means that you have to be back punctually. So we continue again at 12:15, and we have the discussion between scholars and researchers. So enjoy your lunch.
Now it's working. Okay, hope everybody's blood sugar is on top level again, because all blood sugar is going to be needed. We have an intensive second half coming up, still using football terminology. It's time to listen to our researchers. From a scientific point of view, and I will now present our panel for you. Matti Pesu is leading researcher at the Finnish Institute for International Affairs. I think you have had a busy year so far, and it's not over yet. Ian McNamara, PhD, who is a researcher at the University of Tartu, Estonia, but your background is Irish, indeed. University College of Dublin, and you have also worked for the Finnish Institute for International Affairs. Dr. Ann-Sofi Dahl, Associate Professor in International Relations, non-resident senior fellow at Atlantic College, living and working in Copenhagen. That's right. And Dr. Kristi Raik, who is director of the Estonian Foreign Policy Institute, also worked at the Finnish FIA and the Council of European Union in Brussels. Welcome to all of you, and I've asked you to start with a presentation for some minutes. I think we talked about 5 minutes or something, and after your presentations there will be some prepared questions, and then of course also possibilities for the audience to put a couple of questions within the framework of the time we have to spend, and that's about 60 minutes. So now the floor is yours, and starting with Matti Pesu.
Thank you, Stefan. Good afternoon, distinguished audience, dear colleagues. A pleasure to take part in the panel discussion. In my brief remarks, I'll touch on the role of defense cooperation in a context in which all Nordic countries are NATO members. I'll also address the potentially emerging division of labor in Northern European security, especially in Nordic security. And then lastly, I'll zoom in on bilateral cooperation between Finland and Sweden, pondering how eventual NATO membership may affect the nature of that form of collaboration. But first, let me start with the broader question on defense cooperation. So there will be a need for defense cooperation between Northern European states or allies, even when Finland and Sweden join NATO. And this applies to Nordic countries, but also the Nordic Baltic countries more broadly. However, and this comes from a Finnish perspective, the logic of defense cooperation will somewhat change when Finland and Sweden join NATO. What I mean is that the NATO becomes the primary framework for enhancing deterrence and making preparations for joint defense operations, and non-NATO defense cooperation will become complementary to the NATO efforts. And again, from a Finnish point of view, the role of defense cooperation then will boil down to two additional objectives. First, its aim is to make the implementation of NATO collective defense more efficient in this region. I mean, it's essentially cooperation between states that have a significant stake in regional security. And secondly, defense cooperation will generate alternatives for operating jointly in a crisis or conflict if NATO, for some reason, works slowly, or if its decision maker, for some reason freezes. Secondly, Finnish and Swedish NATO accession will allow a more distinct division of labor in Nordic security if the states consider it to be in their interest. Interestingly, As NATO allies, Finland and Sweden, for example, will not be identical twins. Finland will be a frontline state, protecting significant parts of Sweden and Norway. And this means that Finland's defense will probably remain rather land heavy with significant air elements so far. And the Norwegians then will keep probably focusing primarily on the Northern Sea areas, Northern Norway. Sweden again won't be in the front line. And as some commentators such as Karlis Neretnieks, who's here in the audience, have argued that NATO membership may change the Swedish role, because as a non-frontline state, it can to a significant extent become a hub or springboard for allied operations in Northern Europe, offering direct and indirect support for more exposed states in the front line. And then thirdly, and lastly, Finnish and Swedish NATO memberships will not, in my view, radically change the nature and the substance of their bilateral cooperation, given the fact that it's already so deep. So Finnish and Swedish accession will have a more profound impact on cooperation with NATO allies such as Norway and the US, for example. But that said, now Finland and Sweden will become treaty allies, and this is new. So far, their cooperation has been non-treaty based on shared interest. In NATO, they will be militarily allied, having a strong political commitment to assist each other in a war. So thus, Swedish wartime cooperation becomes even more likely than before if a conflict erupts. And this will bring more, I'd say, predictability to the bilateral relationship. Second, NATO membership will likely offer new cooperation avenues, as both Minister Jonson and Secretary General Esa Pulkkinen pointed out. It is, however, more likely that those issues like command elements would not be bilateral but broader, involving other Nordic countries as well, most notably Norway. And then finally, Finland and Sweden must place their bilateral cooperation in a broader context. In other words, activities like bilateral operational planning will remain necessary, but those elements must be aligned with broader alliance efforts. So just to summarize, first, defense cooperation will be needed. Second, a clear division of labor in Nordic defense may emerge. And then thirdly, NATO membership won't radically change Finnish-Swedish defense cooperation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Matti. And now I give the floor to Mr. McNamara.
Hey, can you hear me? No? This mic is out. No, it's good. It's good. It takes a little bit of time to warm up. Okay. So thanks, Matti. Some great points there. So I suppose my 5 minutes, I'd like to take you on a journey, kind of south and east, and then we'll go out west, back towards where I'm from, back towards Ireland and the maritime zone in the North Atlantic. And first, we'll start with where I live, and that's in the Baltic states currently. So NATO membership, impending NATO membership for Finland and Sweden is, of course, good news for the Baltic states for many different reasons. One reason crucial, something that's vital, but we don't give enough attention to, is logistics, military logistics and supply chains. That, of course, the supply chains feeding NATO's mobilization, feeding the enhanced forward presence, mobilization from west to east. One of these supply chains is land-based, through Germany, Poland, up through the Suwałki Gap and into the Baltic states. And one is amphibious, through the Baltic Sea. And of course, the big question mark there was, if we needed to accommodate these supply chains further north, would we have Finnish and Swedish cooperation for that? As Finland and Sweden were NATO enhanced forward partners, we probably would have had, I would predict. It's a moot point right now. But of course, having Finland and Sweden inside the alliance, having Finland and Sweden deeply embedded in NATO's defense planning and policy structures, having them in the room all the time, constructively engaging, developing this, is another advantage, is another feather in the cap, so to say, of defense in Northern Europe. We've, of course, in strategic space close to Finland and Sweden, we've, of course, seen the eastern flank has been transformed, and logistics have been transformed by the war in Ukraine. And very, very positively so. We've seen how NATO allies can move equipment, can get equipment through Poland. Poland has been a key framework nation, if you will, in that regard, in this mobilization structure. And that bodes very, very well for the defense of the eastern flank and the northeastern flank in the future. Because mobilization, should these forces be required in a contingency, is what NATO's defense and deterrence rests on. So military logistics are key, and Finland and Sweden's entry into NATO will galvanize this further. I've lived in Estonia for many years now. I might be coming towards the dusk in my time there, who knows? Sometimes they might say I'm a bit critical. I can be a bit critical, very high standards, sometimes on myself, and it blows up in my face. But I do have great respect for Estonia. I've very much enjoyed living there. And we must, of course, when we think of Finland and Sweden joining the alliance, we must give Estonians credit, because they kept the flag burning for total defense, or what is sometimes more frequently called in Finland comprehensive societal security, this mobilization structure. They kept the flag burning, or flame burning, for that when it wasn't a popular idea in London or in Washington or at HQ in Brussels. And they brought a lot of that knowledge into NATO. Incidentally, a lot of that knowledge was picked up from Finland during the 1990s, the Viro project, the Estonian project. I don't have time to get into that. So this contribution of Estonia, we've now kind of passed a new rubric on that total defense, comprehensive security, resilience will be strengthened further. And there's a very, very good platform to build this on now that Finland and Sweden joined the alliance. But that platform wouldn't be as strong were it not for the Estonians holding the torch all those years. So if we go further to the west, there is, of course, trouble, and we see the Arctic, the North Atlantic, maritime zone, and the Baltic Sea as one strategic operating theatre. There is trouble brewing in the North Atlantic. Undersea cables, that North Atlantic basin, 75% of the Northern Hemisphere's internet traffic flows through there. There's something like $10 trillion of financial transactions flowing through there per annum. So very, very valuable, very strategic zone. Most of the access points off Ireland's exclusive economic zone, off Norway's, off Iceland's, these are access points to the Arctic Sea route, and Russia wants to dominate there. They see this, the Arctic Sea route, big geopolitical game, and they must come out on top between NATO and China on the other hand. We've seen in recent years, 2019, 2020, 2021, British RAF have to scramble to intercept Russian Tu-95s and Tu-142s. What do Tu-95s and Tu-142s tell us? They're maritime patrol aircraft, which means very, very likely, if not definitely, their submarines are on the base of the sea conducting maneuvers close to these undersea cables that are so vital for Europe's connectivity. And so we need also, with Finland and Sweden now in NATO, we need also to look at that dimension. Nordic defense cooperation needs to focus more on that. And of course, framework nation, the United Kingdom is a key ally in that regard. We've mentioned the JEF, maybe some role for the JEF in a naval capacity, if it can be extended to that, is important. So just a word of caution. I do transatlantic relations, so my last point, moving further west towards Washington, fully across the Atlantic. I mean, Russia and its brutalization of Ukraine, its escalation in Ukraine, has changed the US focus. We don't hear pivot or rebalance anymore. There is a clear understanding in Washington that resources are required in Europe. This is clear. But let us not forget that China and the United States response to China, that's what's primarily driving their force posture. Europe's important, but The Asian theatre, the Asia-Pacific theatre, is perhaps more so. And this was subtly underscored in the National Defence Strategy and the National Security Strategy that came out last month. So burden sharing is key. Europeans must have to do more, and for that, there's lots of cooperation, and that cooperation must start at home, must start in the Nordic-Baltic region, with, of course, without making others jealous by creating a Nordic bloc within the alliance. But there's a lot of common objectives. There's a lot of operation similarities, and politically now, thanks to the war, everyone in the Nordic-Baltic region is on the same page, more so than at any time in the post-Cold War era. So it's carpe diem. We need to seize the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Coming back to you later. Now, Ann-Sofie Dahl, the floor is yours.
Is it on? Yes.
Yes.
Well, thank you, Stefan, and thank you to everyone. Thanks for the invite, and it's always great to be back in Helsinki. I call myself an FOF, Friend of Finland. And apologies also to start for those of you who attended the book seminar yesterday. I actually did rewrite my notes for this because I thought people don't want to hear this again. But then I realized that it did make sense to apologies to Stefan, who has heard this 3 times now. But not all of it will be new. So the original and the best. Well, first of all, I'm going to say some words about sort of how this enlargement fits with or compares with the previous ones, NATO's previous enlargements. But first of all, we might think of this as a long and frustrating process. Will it ever end? Will the ratifications ever come to an end? We only have 2 more to go now, but it feels like it's taking forever. But this has actually been an exceptionally fast process. And historically, it will be very fast, even if it drags on until the next year, which I don't think it will. But even if, it still will be historically fast. The 2 countries applied in May, were invited at the summit in Madrid at the end of June. And before that, the membership action plan took only a day, as we heard. And usually the map process by itself takes years, even decades. And I think that's what the Secretary General Stoltenberg and also the previous Secretary General Anders Fogh Rasmussen talked about when they referred to they talked a lot about the fast track process. Remember in the spring that Sweden and Finland were sort of on a fast track towards membership in NATO. And I think what they referred to was really the map process. But it was confusing to some who did not have detailed information about how things work in NATO, because it gave the impression of, you apply today and tomorrow you are a member. And that is, of course, not how things happen in NATO. But this round is also exceptional and unique in also other ways. It wasn't supposed to happen. Prior to this spring, no one expected or anticipated Sweden and Finland to become members of NATO, or for an enlargement to take place anytime soon in NATO, including at NATO, and definitely not to Sweden and Finland. It wasn't in the cards. Both countries were perfectly happy as partners in this enhanced opportunities partnership group. So Putin's plan that he presented at the end of last year has certainly backfired in a big way. As you recall, he demanded a stop for NATO enlargement. Instead, he gets Sweden and Finland as new members. I mean, who would have thought? And of course, the Russian attack on Ukraine changed all that. And the realization, first in Finland and then more slowly in Sweden, that of the dire consequences of being outside, of not being protected by Article 5. And this also confirms the analysis in a book that I reviewed recently by Jason Davidson, and I quote, he says there, and I quote, "Lesser states seek alliances when their fundamental survival is at stake." And that's exactly it. And also, never before during the many rounds of NATO enlargement, and we have 3 during the Cold War, 5 after the Cold War, has NATO been able to welcome 2 new members with such a high level of military and political preparedness as Sweden and Finland. This is, of course, well, first, 2 democracies, old Western democracies. NATO has never welcomed 2 old democracies before. And NATO is, of course, an alliance of democracies and for democracy. And also militarily, which is, 2 members which are very high level of, well, interoperability with NATO after so many years of PFP partnership since 1994. And I see Elisabeth Rehn here. I remember when you and Anders Björk were working on the PFP process many years ago. Many years ago, yes. But we have a high level of preparedness, we have a high level of interoperability, high-notch technologies, capabilities, and also a very sophisticated defense industry, of course. And both countries are known as reliable security providers or security producers. Over several rounds of military operations under NATO command, from Bosnia to ISAF, and both have also taken part, as we know, in innumerable NATO exercises in the Baltic Sea and elsewhere. And they have also both been referred to as NATO's partner number 1. And in the Swedish case, that was after the Libya operation, the Swedish performance in the Libya operation, the Operation Unified Protector in 2011. So 2 highly qualified new members. But having said that, they are still newcomers to a club. And they're newcomers to a club where the oldest members have been members for now more than 73 years. The 12 original founders. And that calls for, as I see it, a dose of humility as they take their seats around this ever-expanding table at the NAC. Especially applies to, of course, this especially applies to Sweden, which is known for its high international profile. And now, I would say it's definitely the time to shelf the moral superpower. And that step will, of course, be easier with the new government in Sweden. And also, as we talked about at the book presentation yesterday, there's a need for a new mindset after all these years of non-alignment. The realization that Sweden and Finland will now be part of NATO, will be integrated into NATO. We're going to be on the inside. NATO is not going to be somewhere else out there. It will be contributions not to NATO, but within NATO. Or as the hashtag, NATO's hashtag is at Twitter, we are NATO. And the focus should now, as I see it, be on the 2 C's, capabilities and contributions to the entire NATO area, the 360 degrees area or perspective, even though we feel, of course, a certain responsibility for our own region. And it will be, of course, a great impact here in the north with our memberships. The entire northern flank will be substantially strengthened in NATO, politically as well as militarily. And that might be why some countries in the south have been a little bit more sort of hesitant behind closed doors only. But let me conclude by quoting President Biden when he had put his signature to the US ratification of the Swedish and Finnish membership applications in August. And he said, and I quote, "When Finland and Sweden bring the number of allies to 32, we will be stronger than ever." Thank you.
Thank you, Ann-Sofie. And last but not least, Kristi Raik, please.
Thank you, Stefan. Thank you very much for having me here. It's a pleasure. So much has been said already about Finland, Sweden, and NATO. I try to avoid repeating it and take a bit broader view on Nordic-Baltic security in the current situation. And although you used the word scientific in introducing us, let me start with a very personal observation. I spend a lot of time at the Baltic Sea in summertime, sailing between Estonia, Finland, and Sweden. And this summer was different. Namely, I have never seen so many warships at the Baltic Sea. And I think it was, of course, a sign of what kind of times we are living through, the deteriorated security environment. We haven't had as serious a situation ever since the end of the Second World War. But at the same time, it was also a sign of preparedness, kind of being awake and having also the allies present. And this is, of course, what needs to be done even more. The Finnish and Swedish, hopefully soon to become NATO accession, it will further strengthen the ability of the Nordic-Baltic region to actually cope with this deteriorated security situation that we have in Europe. But there is certainly no room for complacency or particular optimism. And one thing that I think Finland, Sweden, and the Baltics, with some other allies, can bring together to the NATO discussions is a realistic view on Russia. Finland has been quite remarkable in always having a defense policy based on a realistic analysis of Russia, while not necessarily speaking out loud about its threat assessment. But in defense, the approach has been very, very clear. And today we are in the situation where, of course, we have all been shocked in Europe about this brutal war that Russia is waging against Ukraine. At the same time, we have been surprised that Russia is militarily weaker than we expected. It's not doing that well at all in waging this war. But we also see that in spite of the weaknesses, Russia is able to create massive damage. And we should not underestimate Russia's ability to keep the war going, and in future also to restore and rebuild the forces that it has now lost in Ukraine. So, of course, the assessment of the Russian threat has changed in NATO collectively. We see it very clearly in the NATO strategy adopted in Madrid, that the Russian threat and strengthening NATO's deterrence and defense vis-à-vis Russia is the top priority for the alliance. But I also see some signs of danger looking ahead, that some allies may tend to underestimate Russia because of this poor performance of the Russian forces that we have seen in Ukraine. And also, I think some allies tend to have overly positive expectations towards post-Putin Russia that will eventually come one day. We don't know when, but we should avoid having kind of optimistic expectations about Russia's possible democratization, or about Russia possibly giving up its imperialist attitude towards neighboring countries. Unfortunately, looking at the centuries-long history of Russia, the kind of imperialist view on neighboring countries, the idea that for Russia to be secure, it has to dominate its neighbors, it has been there for centuries. And also Russia has never been a stable, functioning democracy in spite of some efforts to build democracy in the 1990s. So we need to keep this realistic assessment of what kind of Russia we might be dealing with in NATO in future, and then continue strengthening the defense capabilities in NATO accordingly. And there is a lot of work to be done there. I mean, many nice things have been said about the strengths and capabilities of Finland and Sweden, but we know, of course, that not all NATO allies have been taking defense as seriously in the past years. We have also heard many times today that NATO is a collective defense organization. So the capability of every ally matters. And finally, very shortly, more specific remarks on Nordic-Baltic relations in the context of NATO enlargement. We have seen Finland placing a lot of emphasis on Nordic cooperation in recent years in the context of the deteriorating security environment, and also in the context of the NATO accession process, a lot of talk about Nordic cooperation. Again, we've heard today that there are no blocks in NATO. That's not the concept NATO uses. But then the Baltic states often come as a kind of footnote or an afterthought to this Nordic cooperation. And this is one thing where change is in progress, I think, both practically and mentally. What does it mean that the Nordic-Baltic region is a strategic entity? I mean, why do we still hear this question raised in the Finnish and Swedish debate that does NATO membership mean that Finland and Sweden would have to take responsibility for defending the Baltic states? It does not make sense, of course, to anyone knowing how NATO operates, but we have heard it many, many times in the Finnish and Swedish discussions. And even kind of concerns expressed by Finnish commentators about Finland now getting too close to the Baltics, and references to the 1920s Reunavaltio politiikka, which was an attempt to build this close cooperation between the Finland, the Baltic states, and Poland, which failed. So all of this is just weird, thinking of the current context where the Nordic and Baltic countries will be all together in NATO, also most of the Nordic countries with all of the Baltic countries in the EU, and for the first time ever in history being part of the same defense alliance. So this is the idea that I think deserves somehow to be really internalized in the thinking in the Finnish and Swedish security and defense discussions, and that also then needs to be put into practice in the NATO framework. Thanks.
Thank you, Kristi. Thank you to all of you. A lot of food for thoughts there. Well, as we know, politics, world politics is kind of live broadcasting. And sometimes we might be able to analyze what's really happened only when some time have passed. And looking at the spring, and looking at the rapid change in the public opinion in Finland and Sweden in favor of NATO membership, going back to the roots of the process that started at that moment. From your point of view, we're surprised about the quick change in the public opinion, and it even seemed that the public opinion kind of led or even overrun the politicians rather than the other way around. Would you like to elaborate on this, Matti?
Yes, this is an excellent question, and the change in the public mood was indeed striking. For 25 years, the opinion was more or less stable, roughly 25%, max 30% were in favor of NATO membership. more than 50% against, and then suddenly within just few months we witnessed a complete turnaround. So that is significant, and I was personally surprised, because before the Russia's February invasion of Ukraine, I mean, we had war against Georgia and the 2014 invasion, and the needle in public opinion, so-called needle, it barely moved. It hardly affected Finnish public views. But now the invasion it's more brutal and of very different magnitude than, still quite surprisingly, very profoundly affected the public mood. Was public opinion decisive in terms of Finland's NATO membership? I'd say yes and no. I mean, it's very hard to empirically show what the effect really was, and I think every Finn, just an ordinary layman or a politician, MP and minister, were re-evaluating their views. I'd say that without the change in public opinion, or had it been less significant, I'm not sure whether we would be traversing this path right now. I mean, the change could have been much slower, so the dramatic change definitely set the pace. That's my view.
Thanks. Because it seems that behind the 25%, somewhere there was a kind of latent, hidden, non-apparent readiness to rethink if there is a motive and if there is something surprising happening in our surroundings, and that's what's happened. Ann-Sofi.
Yes, and exactly that. I think that's the difference between Sweden and Finland. Many differences in this respect. The readiness to sort of reevaluate that you have in Finland. And the odd thing is, of course, that the numbers in Sweden were always higher. Pro-NATO numbers were always higher in Sweden, somewhere around 30 to 40%, even more at some points. But Finland really moved so much faster when things started to happen in the spring. I wish that we had. I mean, Sweden and Finland are so different. The reasons why we had our non-alignment and it's sort of the basis of our non-alignment. In Finland, security has been about security, or security policy has been about security. In Sweden, security policy has often been about domestic politics, and sometimes almost a religion with non-alignment. And this, right now, I think we have moved too fast. I wish we had been able to have this conversation in the 1990s, or even before that. But, you know, or earlier at least, so we could have prepared sort of the ground better in Sweden than we have, and that we could have analyzed things more, as we did in the EU process. There was a long period between applying or starting the process of applying and actually becoming members. And I think that we now see not a backlash, but there is some hesitation in some quarters and some question marks being raised, and I think that this is an effect of the fact that we have not had a solid debate about this. And the reason why we haven't had it, because it hasn't been accepted in Sweden. I mean, I and many here in the audience have tried to raise NATO, but it hasn't been. We haven't been able to do that, and we see sort of that is the backlash now, unfortunately.
Right, Kristi.
Certainly, the speed and depth of the change in Finland was quite amazing, and the previously held NATO option that Finland had in its strategy for many years. I think it was not very well understood anywhere outside Finland. Of course, there were different interpretations about it also in Finland. Then when this moment of dramatic change in European security became, it was actually not so clear whether this now means that Finland, assessing the changed security environment, will actually apply for NATO membership. But this was indeed the conclusion. And one thing that changed on the 24th of February was that this understanding about the importance of the fate of Ukraine for European security, it became recognized much more broadly beyond the Baltic states and Poland, that I think always had the understanding, and even after, well, of course, already in 2008 saw the importance of the Russia-Georgia war, and then in 2014 the impact of the annexation of Crimea by Russia. So it was the understanding of the Baltic states that Ukraine's fate was going to be crucial for our own security. But then I think after the 24th of February, Finns also started to think about Ukraine in the same way, that if this war ends badly for Ukraine, then Finland's own security will be in a dramatically worse place than before.
Right. I think some of you might have also experienced the fact that those who in the previous years said hold your horses about the NATO issue are at least partly the same persons who in the spring said that we have had no time to debate the thing. What goes around comes around.
Can I?
Absolutely.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, the one quote I remember on all this, looking as he looked into the cameras, you caused this, look at the mirror. A friend of mine, he works for Yle, he's also from Ireland, but he works for the Finnish national broadcaster, and he talked about rally English as the Finnish vernacular in the second language often, or maybe third language, because of course Swedish language here as well. But that press conference was, of course, very revealing, and I think the Swedish defense minister also said the same thing. When did you realize that you were going to apply for NATO membership? The Swedish defense minister told us the last panel, said December 17th, I think was the date. And Sauli Niinistö in that press conference, I think the press conference was in April or May, I think it was when Jonson came here to offer his guarantee, that he said, you know, in December, when Lavrov came out with this idea that NATO not accept any new members, and they go back to 1997 borders, which is completely off the wall stuff, that now they are, you know, previously in the post-Cold War era, they offered Finland, you know, Finland and Sweden, they had their own will to be non-aligned. Matti would say they were never non-aligned, or they haven't been non-aligned for a long while, but let's use that term. But they closed off that will, which was, of course, stark violation of the Charter of Paris and of the Istanbul Accords, the Charter on European Security, and that really set the train in motion. And then we had the invasion, and people here are very, very well informed. I mean, coming from a British or an Irish background, going back 10 years, and my mysterious links with the Finnish Institute of International Affairs, one of the things that struck me first 10 years ago when I started coming to seminars and every now and again being invited to speak at seminars, was how Finland especially, people here, researchers here, were very, very conscious. Research is always geared towards kind of adapting to the world as it changes. We had Nokia technology, then Nokia phased out. Now there's a new model for the Finnish high-tech economy. Same with its security concept. And they're always thinking. The world changes every year, so always up to date, keeping things sharp. And there's a lot of that in public discourse as well. So when that fork in the road was reached, you know, between December last year and say April this year, public discourse was ready to change their mind and to adjust the sails and to understand that the world had changed and changed profoundly.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's bring in one or two questions. Then I think we might save some time for the Turkey issue. But let's just bring in one or two questions, please. Gabriele Baumann.
Yeah, thank you. Gabriele Baumann, Konrad Adenauer Foundation, Germany. I've one question to Mr. McMurray, because of your Irish background. There are now 4 countries left in the European Union, I think it's 4, who are still non-aligned, neutral. So what do you think? When would Ireland actually think about joining the NATO?
I'm getting in a lot of trouble. I'm starting to write on this, and I'm getting a lot. I wrote an article on this actually. It's called "Evolving Neutrality" for the Royal United Services Institute in London. I wrote that during the summer. Irish public opinion is very different. I think Sophie said something. We're not as pragmatic as the Finns. We're more like the Swedes, where non-alignment or staying out is more. It's become a kind of idealized. You said like a religion. And people become very attached to it. But the thing I don't think Irish public opinion understands, we don't, I mean, working at FIA, working at UPI, I often thought I'd see Charlie, I see Charlie Sloanis in the audience and Matti and Villa Sincon and all my friends, and they're out in the debate. I'm like, why aren't we doing this in Ireland? Why aren't experts more involved, kind of explaining the world as the world turns, so that public opinion can make its own decisions and respond to that? In Ireland, we haven't got there. We're still under this flawed notion that just because we pose no threat to others doesn't mean we won't be threatened ourselves. And we are being threatened. I mean, we've been shocked, and the government's very slow to admit it, on the undersea cables. We're now talking, you know, that the North Atlantic, after the Nord Stream 2 explosions, that the North Atlantic could be the next maritime battleground in this hybrid war between NATO and the West. And Ireland has huge responsibilities there through its exclusive economic zones. It doesn't have the capabilities, the independent capabilities, through its own poor investment, and it doesn't want to join an alliance. And the phrase I use to finish all this off, you fall between 2 stools. But it's very much like in Sweden previously, as Ann-Sophie said, very much guided by domestic politics rather than strategy, unfortunately.
Right. Please. Yeah. Yes. Press the button.
Pressing all the buttons.
The one that makes the red light go on.
This was an obligation. It doesn't work.
Okay, you will get one from behind. That seems to work.
Okay, do you hear me?
Yeah.
Chris Elving, I have a question for Ann-Sophie Dahl, based on what you said about Sweden. Being a Finn, sometimes we think that we perfectly understand what's going on in Sweden. Other times, we're not that sure. And basically, you said that the lack of debate about joining NATO has not been maybe as good or as big as it should have been. And my question is, do you think that would backfire in terms of not going all out with strengthening the Sweden's own defense, increasing conscription, etc., once Sweden has become a NATO member? Do you think there's a risk for that or no?
Thank you. Very good question. I don't think it will backfire in that respect. I think backfire is not really the word for the debate. It's more sort of some points that are being made now around, you know, the various steps that we'll take. Whether there will be any preconditions, or, you know, the nuclear issue has come up and things like that. So that's sort of where the debate is focused right now. But I have no doubt, as the defense minister said, Paul Jonson, that Sweden will go all the way, will be a very active and committed ally, and a very committed and active ally when it becomes an ally. So I don't think this will be backfire in a practical sense. And I'm very grateful for that.
Yeah, please.
Thank you. Thanks for question, Ambassador. A question to all the panelists. Let's see, at the same type of event in Helsinki a year ago, a 42.7 ESDP European defense would have been thrown around a lot. Haven't heard much about 42.7 European defense, ESDP, CFSP, and so forth in the last 8 months. What do you think, all of you, will be the effect of sea change in Finland, Sweden, and Denmark to the European defense and security efforts? Thank you.
Thank you. If you can be brief, please. Yeah, Matti.
Yeah, so indeed, Finland has been a strong advocate of EU defense and 42.7. Based on my discussions, there is at least among policymakers and officials, there is still an understanding that Finland should continue advocating EU defense. But I'm not sure whether there will be support from politicians and from the political field now when Finland becomes part of NATO. So briefly, I think the understanding of division of labor in Euro-Atlantic or European security becomes more clear, that the EU, its capability development, crisis management, and then NATO, that's collective defense.
Please.
I think the fact that Finland and Sweden applied for NATO membership was the most clear acknowledgement you can get that the EU does not provide security guarantees. So when the situation became serious and the security concerns became serious, then the countries turned to NATO. It doesn't mean that they would abandon contributing actively to EU defense. And I would actually also question a bit this idea that let's keep EU defense only focused on some crisis management operations somewhere outside the EU. And of course, NATO is responsible for collective defense, that's obvious. But then I think there is also scope to take this idea of EU defense being complementary to NATO more seriously, in the sense that we should ask the question, so what does EU defense contribute to actually defending member states in a way that is complementary to NATO? So could the EU do more to support the development of capabilities that also NATO needs? This is one way to see the complementarity, and not to say that EU defense is only about these crisis management operations, which obviously have become less relevant in the broader security picture of Europe today.
Yeah, I think in the old days it was when there were some more political sensitivity, say in countries like Ireland, like Sweden, Finland, that it was often a bridge. These EU defense pact. If the EU, everyone was inside the club, it was something familiar. Let's try and do defense stuff under the EU banner. And it kind of removed some of the controversies of having to do cooperation with NATO, but that seems to be melting now. It's supplementary. I think PESCO and PESCO's projects as well, something supplementary, good to have, but not really at the vital core. Fortunately or unfortunately, I'll leave that up to others to estimate. I think the EU, we need inside the EU, we need to think of more creative ways that we can build EU-NATO cooperation and improve European security. I think one way, I mean, the military Schengen. The EU is very, very good at funding transnational cross-border infrastructure, which is exactly what we need in a crisis if we need to mobilize, if we need that mobilization fluency from west to east. So improving that infrastructure, bridges, roads, all that type of stuff, logistics, supply chains. I've heard Lieutenant General Ben Hodges talk about this. So thinking in more creative ways without duplication or without cooperating, where the EU can support and underpin NATO. So I think more creativity and creative thinking is now necessary, certainly on the EU side.
Thank you. Okay, right. We have about 5 minutes left. Let's talk about the the elephant in the Finnish and Swedish living room, or maybe not the elephant because we have the midterms elections, let's not interfere with them. But let's talk about, let's call a spade for a spade, the Turkish issue. It's quite obvious that the problem, the so-called problem, is not in Helsinki or Stockholm. The problem is somewhere else. So also the solution must be found somewhere else than here. But when, what is this Turkish issue all about, and what is it not about? Matti.
Yes, I think you rightly pointed out that most probably the Finland and Sweden aren't really the beef or the heart of the matter. I think Turks are genuinely concerned about the terrorism and the Kurdish question, no doubt about that. But I hardly think that Finland and Sweden somehow be grave national security threats to Turkey or the way how they approach the Kurds. So the real question must be elsewhere. I think there are two additional levels: the NATO level. So they have clearly sought attention and they have gotten attention. So their concerns, as far as I know, featured more prominently at the Madrid summit. And I think there is the third track, which is with the US, potential F-16 modernization and procurements. And there has been some progress regarding that as well now. So all in all, I think the window of opportunity is now open, especially with the new Swedish government, and I hope that it is used, or the Turks decide to use it now, because then the next opportunity may well be in the summer.
Ann-Sofi.
Yes, well, 2 points really. One is that we've seen Turkey do this before many times. This is something that has repeatedly, not specifically, of course, in these specific terms, but we've seen Turkey creating trouble in NATO many times by now. I mean, let me just refer to one situation when the former Secretary General Anders Fogh Rasmussen was about to be appointed. He was at the summit where he was to be just sort of formally appointed, and everything was set, or at least that was what everybody thought, when Erdogan raised his hand and said, wait a minute, we can't accept this, sitting at the table at the summit. So that was even more dramatic than what we see now. And there was a bit of, well, certainly a bit of drama, very much drama, a little bit of crisis, and there was some negotiations, and Anders Fogh had to, and by the way, that was also with reference to the Kurdish issue. He demanded that there's a Kurdish radio station in Denmark that Erdogan demanded be closed down, which of course didn't happen. But it was also, he also had references to the Danish Mohammed crisis, as you might remember. So what happened was that there was a lot of negotiations and drama, and they got, I think it was an assistant secretary general. Turkey got that. Plus Anders Fogh was sent, or he accepted an invitation, last-minute invitation, to go to a democracy conference that is a bit ironic in Istanbul, and then everything was set. But my point is that we've seen this so many times before. This is just one of many examples. And the other point, and this is a bit provocative perhaps, but I think that this is really the moral superpower that is coming back to hit us in Sweden. And I'm sorry that Finland is dragged on to this, and I'm very grateful for your patience with this. But the support of, and this was primarily, party politics. And of course, we can't expect other countries to separate party politics from governmental politics. And I think that the support for revolutionary regimes and movements that we've seen over many, many years. And I wrote a book with the title, The Moral Superpower. That was an ironic title. I don't think everybody got that. I published that in '91. So, I mean, this has been going on for quite some time. And I think that, in a way, this is coming back to us now. But it will be resolved, as was the appointment of Anders Fogh Rasmussen. It will be okay in the end. Soon, I think.
Thank you. That sounds like a happy end for this part of the show. Everything will be all right. That makes us feel secure, considering the circumstances we are in. Thank you very much to our panelists. Thank you very much. An applaud. That's good. That's a promise. Okej, tack för det. Då är det dags att...
Thank you for that. And now it is time to start the very last session. And now we should take the members of parliament, both present here and also online. So we have members of the parliament here present, and we'd see that basically we have the chairs and the vice chairs of both committees. We have Antti Häkkänen here present, welcome. And then we have stand-in for vice chair. Jari Ronkainen has fallen ill, so we have Jonas Könttä. Welcome.
Och så har vi på distans Peter Hultqvist.
Then we have Peter Hultqvist online and Sven-Olof Sällström. And in this case, briefly, I'd say that Antti Häkkänen is originally from Mäntyharju. He's an MP. He used to be the Minister of Justice in the previous government. He's also the vice chair and then the chair of the Defense Committee, quite replacing Petteri Orpo, so quite recently joined. Welcome. Jonas Könttä, in his second term as an MP in the parliament. No, he is a first term member of parliament, soon the second term, from Jyväskylä, also involved in the Nordic cooperation and a member of the Defense Committee. And online, joining us, Sven-Olof Sällström, his fourth term in the Swedish parliament, first elected in 2010, and he has been member of the Committee on Defense, now vice chairing it, also an officer, and Sweden Democrats representing, and then Peter Hultqvist, whose mother originated from Kuusamo, and now he has terminated his 8th term as Minister of Defense. That has been the longest term in 50 years. And he's a member of the Social Democratic Party and MPC as of 2006. I have understood that the Defense Committees first give us an analysis of the situation from the perspective of the committee, and then they'll tell us what should be raised in the committees. We have oncoming elections in Finland next April, so we'll get a new Defense Committee, and Sweden has already undergone elections and they have a freshly elected Defense Committee. Perhaps we'll start with our guests. let us give the guests the floor first, rather to them than somewhere else.
Hallå, är det meningen att jag ska gå in nu eller?
So was it the meaning that I should start? I suppose so.
Är det på engelska eller svenska?
Should I speak in English or in Swedish? I shall speak in Swedish, should you wish so.
Okej. Tack så mycket och tack så mycket för inbjudan att vara med trots att jag är sjuk och gör det på det här sättet istället för att vara personligen närvarande. Jag hade gärna velat vara med på den här viktiga konferensen. När det gäller de frågor som nu kommer att hanteras i den svenska försvarsutskottet så handlar ju det naturligtvis om hela NATO-processen eftersom att den slutligen ska då beslutas av riksdagen. Där utskottet kommer att hålla sig informerat om utvecklingen och vad som händer i de sammanhangen. Men alltihop ramas in utav den ständigt pågående konflikten i Ukraina. Där vi har det ryska anfallskriget i sin fulla brutalitet och grymhet. Och här har vi ju rapporter ifrån fronten varje dag om människor som dör och hur situationen är. Och vi ser det som väldigt viktigt att stödet till Ukraina är konstant, substantiellt och fortsätter. Jag förväntar mig nu att vi kommer att göra ytterligare bidrag till Ukraina ifrån den svenska sidan. Här har det ju hittills tagit då 6 beslut om direkta vapenleveranser och 1 beslut om att utbilda ukrainsk trupp. Och det sker i Storbritannien och där bidrar Sverige med 120 instruktörer. Vi kommer snart till ett beslut om fortsatt stöd. Försvarsmakten har presenterat en rapport hur de ser på den typen av frågor och jag förväntar mig att det kommer att ske inom en icke alltför avlägsen framtid. En väldigt viktig fråga är också att bygga säkerheten tillsammans med andra oavsett NATO-processen. Vi har ju under den tid som har gått nu haft mycket av övningsverksamhet med andra länder. Vi har kunnat konstatera att säkerhetsgarantierna ifrån USA och Storbritannien och även andra fungerar på det sätt som det var avsett. Att man levererar med både fartyg och med flyg i vårt närområde. Och det bidrar ju naturligtvis till en viktig säkerhetspolitisk signal i förhållande till Ryssland. Så att det där är också en väldigt viktig sak och ett uttryck för nu att man från enskilda länder i NATO-alliansen tar ansvar för säkerheten i vår del av Europa. Sen följer vi ju naturligtvis väldigt noga den situation som är i Norge med alla de händelser som är kring drönare och enskilda personer som de norska myndigheterna tar hand om med anledning av risk för spioneri. Vi har också finns anledning också att följa den svensk-finska utvecklingen väldigt noga eftersom att vi har en operativ planering tillsammans och den är avsedd för kris och krigstid. Och det här gör ju att svensk och finsk försvarsmakt i en allt djupare mening involveras i varandra och blir också beroende utav varandra för att kunna göra full effekt. Vi har flygövningar kontinuerligt både i Finland och i Sverige och tillsammans med även Norge på en reguljär basis. Vi har på armésidan också en omfattande övningsverksamhet. Vi har en svensk-finsk gemensam stridsgrupp när det gäller den marina sidan. Vi har amfibieövningar tillsammans på kontinuerlig basis. Vi har personalutbyte mellan försvarsdepartementen och mellan försvarshögkvarteren. Så att det finns en omfattande gemensam verksamhet. Och jag tycker att nu ska vi koncentrera stor kraft på att upprätta tillsammans med Norge en gemensam planering för Nordkalotten med både ledningsfunktioner som är gemensamma och med logistikfunktioner som är gemensamma. Menar vi allvar med att höja tröskeln ordentligt gentemot Ryssland så tror jag det är klokt att använda resurserna på Nordkalotten så samordnat som möjligt. Jag tror också vi måste titta på hur agerar vi när det gäller förhandslagring tillsammans. Hur bygger vi ett bredare perspektiv fungerande logistikfunktioner? Hur skapar vi också en situation på Östersjön där vi tillsammans och också tillsammans med andra skapar en dominant ställning? Sen ser ju vi då det nordiska förhållandet upp till Arktis. Vi ser det som en helhet. Det är inte bara Östersjön, det är också Arktis, det är norska kusten, det är svensk västkust, det är inloppet till Östersjön och det är det som sker på Östersjön. Det här måste vi se som ett gemensamt operativt område och jag är väldigt optimistisk till att det ska kunna gå att jobba med den här frågan på ett bra sätt, för min minnesbild från den tid jag var försvarsminister, och det var ju inte allt för länge sedan, det var ju att man i samtliga länder från ministersidan uttalade sig väldigt positivt om den här typen av tankeformat. Och jag förutsätter att det är en linje man kan fortsätta på. Det här med att kunna göra ett effektivt operativt arbete, det löses inte automatiskt bara för att man går med i NATO, utan det är ett omfattande arbete som måste göras på den militära och förvaltningsmässiga nivån. Så att det är också viktigt att man ifrån respektive regeringar här är väldigt tydlig om att det här är prioriterade uppgifter som ska genomföras och att det ska göras så snart som möjligt. Problemet med det här med att det drar ut på tiden med NATO-medlemskapet, det är ju att vi förlorar tid i förhållande till nödvändigt planeringsarbete som ska genomföras. Men jag hoppas att det är som sades här i paneldebatten, att det kommer att lösa sig relativt snart. Jag utgår ifrån det också. Hela det säkerhetspolitiska läge som vi har är väldigt annorlunda och extremt. Det har ju lett till en väldigt omvälvande process i hela Europa där gamla åsikter har man tagit tillbaka och sen har man skaffat sig en ny bild av verkligheten. Men jag tror att slutligen att den syn man ska ha på Ryssland, det är att vi kommer att leva med den här typen av problem under lång tid. Det kommer inte att gå över. Oavsett hur det slutar i Ukraina så kommer det inte att gå över. Utan vi måste på den västliga sidan och de demokratier som här samverkar se till att vi har en kraftig militär tröskeleffekt och på det sättet kan hålla en bra balans och också avskräcka i förhållande till Ryssland långsiktigt. Sen så är den dialog och de kontakter som ska vara får väl utgå ifrån då att man har den typen utav kraft i botten. Sen måste vi också ge Ukraina allt stöd vi kan nu under den kommande tiden. Plus att när den här konflikten, vad ska jag säga, tonar ner sig, att vi också hjälper dem att bygga upp samhället ordentligt. För Ukraina vill vara ett västland och det ska vara ett västland och det ska vara en demokrati. Tack.
Du berörde också naturligtvis Finland, Sverige. On ikään kuin jatkuvaa näyttöä Suomen.
Ja, det finns ju pågående resultat av samarbetet mellan Finland och Sverige och det samarbetet fortsätter. Antti Häkkänen, om du vill säga några ord om detta och kanske också säga några ord om det vad Finland och Sverige kommer att göra inom NATO men också oavsett NATO bilateralt. Ja, tack. Och för det första, tack till försvarsutskottet för ert besök och försvarsutskottet i Finland har då jobbat som en central aktör inom försvarspolitiken för att NATO-avgörandet gjordes ju med stöd från folket men utgående från riksdagen. Och inom riksdagen kom det här, den hårda säkerheten in i fokus inom försvars- och säkerhetspolitik. Och detta är ju en ny konstellation och ett nytt perspektiv i det långsiktiga försvarstänket i Finland. Man har tidigare tänkt att man med tillitsfulla bilaterala samarbeten lösa situationen, och vi har också haft så kallade varma band till Moskva, men nu ser vi att vi behöver ha det här hårda försvaret och vi behöver jobba tillsammans, och vi måste också ha ett bra försvar nationellt. Nu när den här stora utrikes- och säkerhetspolitiska bilden och tänket håller på att ändra sig. Så som Kristi Raik sa i den tidigare paneldiskussionen, alltså man måste på lång sikt ha det här perspektivet på Ryssland. Alltså Ryssland har ju varit en utmaning kring säkerhet redan från tsartiden och sedan under Sovjettiden och nu under Putin. Det kan vara lite lugnt emellan, men sen blir det storm igen. När man bygger upp ett försvar och en försvarspolitik, det som är väldigt centralt hos oss i försvarsutskottet, vi har 3 pelare. För det första, NATO-medlemskapet kommer som en ny pelare, men annars har vi vårt eget försvar och vår försvarsförmåga att utveckla vår självständiga försvarsförmåga. Och sedan det här bilaterala och samarbetet mellan flera länder som vi har haft under decennier redan, som kommer att fortsätta oavsett NATO. Nu kommer det här NATO-medlemskapet att öppna ännu fler portar mot Norden. Vi kan få ett djupare, bredare samarbete, inte bara med Norden, även med Storbritannien, USA, andra länder. Och när vi då ser på hur detta kommer att förändra vårt samarbete. Man kan säga att det kommer att erbjuda fler nycklar till att Finland och Sverige kan påvisa hur vi kollektivt kan erbjuda NATO en stor nytta med vår försvarskompetens, våra förmågor, med tanke på att försvara norra Europa, Östersjön, Arktis, och med tanke på Finland. Vi har ju en gräns på över 1300 kilometer. Vi ser ju att det är en sån här artilleri, pansarvagnar, allt det vi har på marken, det är det som vi också har som en central del av det finska försvaret, och det kommer det vara även i framtiden. Finlands försvarsutskott har inga idealistiska tankar kring att vi skulle kunna tänka på allt. Nej, vi ska se på att vi primärt som NATO-medlemmar ska försvara det finska territoriet. Peter Hultqvist nämnde flera samarbetssektorer som vi har jobbat vidare med och kommer att jobba vidare med. Och jag anser att vi alla kan jobba med dessa vidare. Och sedan när vi tänker på våra kommande allierade och deras vilja att delta i våra operationer, då kommer vi kanske inte att bara stärka vår förmåga mellan Finland och Sverige, utan det kan vara fler allierade som kommer med i det samma arbetet. Det är just NATO-principen till sitt och slut. I Finlands försvarsutskott så har vi en ganska bra konsensuspolitik. Vi har en bra dialog. Vi är ganska enade kring NATO-frågor. Vi har så kallade öppna dörrar, så att vi kommer att gå in i allt samarbete inom NATO. Vi har inte lagt några begränsningar, men vi kommer att öka vårt försvarsanslag till 2% av BNP, och det ger oss möjlighet att utveckla vidare vår försvarsförmåga, och då kommer vi även att utveckla samarbetet med Sverige framöver. Ja, tack till Antti.
Du har lust att komma in här. Dina reflektioner, eller ska vi gå vidare i diskussionen?
Menar att jag skulle kommentera, eller?
Sven-Olof Sällström.
Ja.
Ja, vill du komma in här? Lite svårt, här ser man.
Ja, gärna om det finns möjlighet. Ja, nu har ju Peter sagt det mesta och jag håller ju med naturligtvis i all väsentligt det han säger. Jag tänkte börja med att vara lite personlig. Det är ju rätt viktigt att vi ändå i Sverige nu har en stabil majoritet för det här NATO-medlemskapet och ansökan till NATO. Från mitt eget partis perspektiv så vill jag ändå säga det att jag själv kanske är den person som mest uttryckligen innan vi vände i NATO-frågan har varit för NATO, och det har alltid varit. Under min tid som jag satt i partistyrelsen och verkställande utskottet så gick jag till och med emot partilinjen efter ryssarnas invasion utav Ukrains territorium 2014, även i media, och förespråkade att vi skulle gå med i NATO. Och det kanske också är en av anledningarna till att man har placerat mig på den position jag har nu som talesperson och vice ordförande i utskottet, för att visa på att den här svängningen från Sverigedemokraterna, den är på riktigt. Det finns en genuin vilja i mitt parti att gå vidare med den ansökan och ställa upp för den 100%. När det gäller några andra frågor som jag vill lyfta så är det framförallt den transatlantiska länken som är oerhört viktigt för oss. Och man ser ju inte minst nu i konsekvenserna av det brutala anfallskriget mot Ukraina från Rysslands sida, hur ändå USA och till viss mån också Storbritannien har visat ett fantastiskt ledarskap. Det finns ju också det finns ju två sätt att se på till exempel en utökad förmåga inom EUs ram. Jag följde den tidigare paneldebatten lite grann och det fanns en del intressanta vinklar där, men någonting som jag ändå känner är att man kan se på två sätt. Tyvärr är det väl så att om man bygger upp en parallell förmåga inom EU-systemet så kan en framtida amerikansk administration se det som en förevändning för att inte hjälpa i Europa nästa gång det blir dags. Man kan säga lite grann att det kan ni sköta själv, ni har en egen förmåga. Och det är ju en fara med att bygga upp en parallell förmåga, samtidigt som att den här framtida eventuella amerikanska administrationen kan ju också fatta det beslutet utan att vi egentligen har en uppbyggd förmåga. Och där tycker jag nog att vi ska ha en europeisk förmåga, men att den ska vara bilateralt. Det ska vara ett samarbete mellan de fria demokratiska länderna i Europa bilateralt och för att kunna lösa våra egna europeiska problem i framtiden. Även om jag anser att den transatlantiska länken är väldigt viktig för oss. Jag tycker också att när det gäller då framtida NATO-medlemskapet för Sverige och Finland så är det nog rätt viktigt att vi går in i det här och inser att det är en ny verklighet för oss. Sverige till exempel, vi går från ett nationellt försvar via ett försvar där vi har samarbetat väldigt intensivt med Finland de senaste åren till nu till att tillhöra en allians där vi ska använda våra gemensamma förmågor för vår gemensamma säkerhet. Och det innebär ju andra krav på oss. Men också att vi kan vara med och påverka. Vi kan vara med och påverka hur Finland och Sverige ska uppträda i Barentsområdet, när det gäller Finland och de baltiska staternas östra gräns, när det gäller Östersjön. Östersjön tror jag är hyperviktigt i framtiden. Vi ser ju bara hur ryssarna nu blockerar hamnar, påverkar sjöfarten i Svarta havet. Och det är ju oerhört viktigt att vi gör oss samarbeta med för att kunna upprätthålla handelsvägar på Östersjön. Dels för våran industri naturligtvis, för att kunna ta emot bränsle, förnödenheter och annat vi behöver både i Sverige och Finland, så är det här oerhört viktigt också naturligtvis. I övrigt, om jag ska tillägga någonting som inte Peter har sagt, så vill jag nog tacka för att vi fick den här möjligheten att delta online. Det var oerhört viktigt och vi tackar för den. Jag är medveten om att Peters fysiska status kanske är något sämre än min. Jag har varit sjuk och beslöt kanske lite egoistiska skäl att inte komma också, därför att jag avslutade en cellgiftsbehandling för en vecka sedan och mitt immunförsvar är inte det bästa. Så att jag tror att både ni och jag är glada att vi sitter på distans just nu. Tack.
Tack Sven-Olof för att du är med på distans och tack naturligtvis också till Peter i detta skede. Men vi går vidare. Skulle Jonas Könttä vilja säga någonting här?
No, ni alla vet att vi har
så kallat reservistsystem och jag är inte vice ordförande, men jag fick en sms och jag är här som reservist att göra det här. Jag tror det är lättare för mig att tala finska, men jag är inte säker om de kan lyssna eller ha det.
De har tolkning.
Okej, ja.
Antti som ordförande nämnde Finlands styrkor och det fundament vi har, och Finlands styrka utgår ifrån försvarsviljan. Alltså att största delen, ungefär 76% av finländarna är beredda att försvara landet om det skulle behövas. Så det är det fundament som Finlands försvar bygger på. Och förstås stöttar vi det systemet med annat, där alla män har värnplikt, och kanske det här kommer att bli jämställt framöver så att kvinnor också får värnplikt. Men vi har en långsiktighet, vi vill investera i försvaret över regeringsperioderna oberoende av riksdagens sammansättning. Nu har vi satsat på flottiljer, HX-projektet, Lockheed Martin flyg har vi anskaffat och ökat antalet reservövningar för reservisterna. Så vi har ett långvarigt system som tar hand om vårt fundament och ökar försvarsviljan. Det nyaste är nu NATO-medlemskapet som stärker Nordens säkerhet, Finlands säkerhet och skapar en stabilitet.
När jag var här för första gången och jag tänkte att nu vi gör allt som vi kan med Sverige. Men jag hade inte det rätt. Vi gör mer och mer tillsammans och jag hoppas att jag är säker att det ska också vara så i framtiden. Att vi går hand i hand till NATO och sen nordiska länderna kan vara starkare i framtiden.
Så är det. Vi är brothers in arms men också utan vapen. Vi gör mycket tillsammans. Tack så här långt. Det är trots allt så att den här våren har ju varit naturligtvis väldigt speciell ur politisk synvinkel. Antti Häkkänen, eduskunta äänesti.
Antti Häkkänen, riksdagen röstade 188 för och 8 emot NATO-ansökan. Det var ett imponerande resultat när vi kommer ihåg hur anemiskt man gick in i NATO-frågan i tiderna, både i riksdagen och bland medborgarna. Frågan var alltså inte aktuell tidigare. Men hur tänker du idag när du tänker tillbaka på våren och NATO-processen? Du sa att det var en process som riksdagen ledde, men är det nu så att det är så att folket styr och politikerna får följa? Ja, i Finland var det ju länge så att man tänkte att vår försvarsförmåga, våra västliga partnerskap, FN, internationell rätt och allt det här kan vi luta oss mot så att vi kan behärska Rysslandfrågan bilateralt. Och kanske hade klarat oss mot ett mer aggressivt Ryssland. 2014 attackerade de Krim och har bombarderat civila i Syrien och så vidare. Så vi vet att det är ett krigförande land. Men utrikespolitiken byggde ändå på vissa premisser som har sina rötter i kalla kriget och tanken om neutralitet och alliansfrihet. Jag tror att när finländarna såg bilderna från Butja och andra ställen och såg hur Ryssland, vad de kan göra mot ett land i taget, alltså inte sådana stora krig där man krigar mot många länder, men mot ett enda land och som kärnvapenmakt se till att ingen annan kan ingripa. Så jag tror att man i Finland har varit klok i tiderna. Man har i tiotals år funderat på varför vi inte har gått med i det kollektiva försvaret. vi upptäckte att vi står bredvid en stormakt som har varit svårt att förstå sig på länge. Och den här frågan slog emot oss den 24 februari. Och jag tror att finländarna vaknade upp snabbt därför att vi i skolorna på andra ställen lär ut historia, vi går igenom vinterkriget och så vidare. Vi har veterandagar, vi har hjältegravar och på alla fester kommer man ihåg vinterkriget och uppskattar veteraner och så. Och därför påverkades det finska folket av bilderna från Butja och det blev så realistiskt. Och vi insåg att vi också har en gräns med Ryssland. Varför har vi alltså inte det kollektiva försvaret? Och under den veckan förändrades attityden och inställningen och så kom politikerna också med i det här. Och det var tur att vi kan gå hand i hand med Sverige. Och den pakten uppstod då redan före midsommar.
Kvist, när du började som försvarsminister på hösten 2014 hade annekteringen av Krim ägt rum några månader tidigare. Det var redan då ganska mycket spänningar i luften. Det är aldrig lätt att spå, allra minst att spå framtiden som det heter, men då du nu tänker tillbaka på din långa försvarsministerperiod som börjar strax efter Krim och slutar med att Sverige tillsammans med Finland ansöker om medlemskap i NATO. Hur skulle du sammanfatta den här långa flygbanan som slutar så här?
Ja, det är en intressant fråga som förmodligen kräver en egen utredning, men jag ser det som har hänt nu som en konsekvens av ett försämrat säkerhetsläge och att Ryssland har visat upp en grymhet, ondska och aggressivitet som har förändrat situationen när det gäller säkerhetspolitiken i grunden. Och det har i sin tur lett till att Finland och Sverige har ansökt om NATO-medlemskap. Så att om Putin trodde att han skulle vara framgångsrik med att hota länderna i Europa med olika typer av militärtekniska åtgärder och kräva inflytande över de här ländernas säkerhetspolitik, så har han ju fullständigt misslyckats. Reaktionen blev ju den motsatta. Så att från rysk horisont måste det ju vara ett väldigt besvär att Sverige och Finland valde att gå NATO-vägen. Men jag ser det som en logisk konsekvens av hur ryssarna har drivit upp säkerhetsläget. Det vi gjorde under många år, det var ju att bygga militära samarbeten. Vi gjorde från svensk sida ett 30-tal olika samarbetsavtal med olika länder. Och det handlar ju om att öva tillsammans, bygga samverkansmöjligheter i händelse av kris eller krig. På olika sätt fördjupa informationsutbytet. Men Finland var det land som vi drev samarbetet med längst. Och jag får väl säga att som utvecklingen har blivit och med den NATO-ansökan vi lämnade in, så blev ju det här en rätt så bra plattform för NATO-ansökan. För att min bild är nog att alla de här samarbetena och all den här övningsverksamheten vi har gjort tillsammans med andra, den skapade också en trovärdighet, inte bara från svensk sida utan också från finsk sida. Så att man ser att vi verkligen är seriösa och vi menar allvar och vi har samtidigt någonting att leverera. Så att det vi gjorde under de här åren, den leveransen har nog varit viktig nu också när vi ska in i NATO-alliansen. Så att jag menar på att Ryssland är de som är orsaken till alltihop. Det är de som har startat krigen, det är de som har angripit andra, det är de som bedriver all den negativa politik som vi ser nu. Det är de som har ett auktoritärt diktatoriskt styre. Jag tycker att man kan kalla det för ett fascistiskt styre. Så det är ju de som står för hela den här aggressionen. Så att det är väl därför vi måste sluta oss samman. Och det här gäller ju demokratierna och våra rätt att besluta i våra egna angelägenheter. Att kunna ha fria länder utan att ha någon skugga ifrån Moskva eller någon i värsta fall stövel ifrån Moskva. Så att jag ser det som fullt logiskt det som har skett. Sen kände man kanske inte det just för stunden när allting hände. Men nu när man summerar det så tycker jag man kan se det så att utvecklingen sedan 2014 med den uppbyggnad av nationell förmåga vi gjorde, med alla samarbeten vi gjorde, det blev en bra plattform för och det svensk-finska samarbetet som vi har byggt blev också en bra plattform för att gå vidare tillsammans.
Tack Peter, det var raka besked och eftersom den här diskussionen streamas över nätet så kanske det kan tänkas att hälsningarna gick hem till relevant ambassad. Hej där borta. Suomen politiikassa on...
I Finlands politik har man även tagit upp kärnvapenfrågan. Tagit katten på bordet så att säga, kanske diskuterat basen. Är det för tidigt? Är det relevant att diskutera kärnvapenfrågan nu? Är det en icke-fråga eller ej? Jonas, vill du börja? Jag önskar någonting av Finlands politiska och offentliga debatt. Så hoppas jag att vi inte hamnar tillbaka i den här tiden där vi inte kan diskutera vissa frågor. Om det nu är läge att diskutera det, jag tycker att det på ett bra vis har kommit fram idag att det som är viktigast nu är att vi koncentrerar oss på det att Finland och Sverige blir medlemmar i NATO. Vi bör nog också diskutera hur vi kommer att vara som NATO-medlemsland och Sverige diskuterar hur de kommer att vara som NATO-medlemsland. Hur säkerhetsläget kommer att se ut och formas både i Östersjön och i det nordliga området. Jag tänker på samma sätt som president Niinistö. Vi vill inte be om kärnvapen hit, men regeringens utkast tycker jag är bra på det sättet att man inte ställer några förbehåll, alltså inte några förhandsförbehåll. När vi blir NATO-medlemmar kommer vi att bära vårt ansvar. Vi får trygghet och vi kommer även att ge trygghet. Ante, varsågod. Ja. Nej, man ska inte vara rädd för diskussioner. Därför att man kanske ska fatta beslut vid något skede senare. Det är väl ingen som har sagt att vi borde fatta beslut nu. Det är helt bra att man i Finland tillsammans med Sverige har börjat bilda en ny utrikes- och säkerhetspolitisk tankesätt. Att vi som ett nytt team och i ett nytt team funderar över vad det då betyder i praktiken. Vår utrikes- och säkerhetspolitik kommer att vara mindre bilateralt med tanke på Ryssland, men också att vi kommer att fungera mer genom institutioner som EU och NATO. Det påverkar beslutsstrukturerna, även det hur mycket vi får agera från våra helt egna intressen och hur mycket vi ska ta hänsyn till de här västliga gemensamma perspektiven. Och även med tanke på det så ska vi även tidigare fundera över våra egna intressen, vad det är vi vill, vad vi tycker vi ska göra. Vi ska vid ett tidigare skede ha diskussioner med våra partners, vad det betyder att vi tillsammans jobbar för Europas gemensamma säkerhet. Och vi ska ha en diskussion som är rätt i tiden. Man gör ju linjedragningar först sedan när man blir medlem i NATO. Det gör vi tillsammans med våra partners. Vi kommer att skapa trygghet men även att ta emot säkerhet med tanke på kärnvapenfrågan. Det är helt klart att i Finland och Sverige måste man också tänka på nytt med tanke på utrikespolitik. Under decennier har vi tänkt att kärnvapen i utrikespolitik är en fråga om nedrustning. Framöver kommer det att även vara en säkerhetspolitisk fråga. Det kommer att vara en del av det som skyddar Norden, Finland, Sverige, oavsett vi vill det eller ej. Jag hoppas att vi vill det, för det är en central del av NATOs avskräckning och politik. Men hur vi då ska till exempel arrangera övningar som har med kärnvapen att göra, det måste man sedan se på när man blir NATO-medlemsstat och tar det helt kallt och så här.
Olof, på våren kanske speciellt, men fortfarande så hör vi röster som talar om den norska modellen för NATO-medlemskap, det vill säga att man så att säga efteråt gör vissa begränsningar i sina åligganden. Hur låter den norska modellen för dig?
Ja, först vill jag säga att svenska ÖB och även regeringen har ju sagt att vi ska inte ha några nationella förbehåll i det här läget, och det håller jag med om. Det finns en rad anledningar till det, men inte minst för att dels drar vi nytta. Det är lite egoistiskt och kanske lite hycklande att säga att vi inte ska ha förbehåll när det är kärnvapen, men när kärnvapen trots allt inom alliansen kommer att vara en del av fundamentet för att avskräcka någon att anfalla till exempel Sverige och Finland. Sen är det också så här att det kan ju också vara problematiskt att få stöd utav konventionella vapensystem inom våra nationsgränser om vi sätter upp förbehåll, därför att man kanske från då kärnvapennationen inte alltid vill kunna påvisa om vapensystemet i det här fallet har kärnvapenbestyckning med sig eller inte. Och det kan ju finnas strategiska skäl till detta, och då begränsar man sig ytterligare, det vill säga att vi inte heller kan få hjälp kanske utav vissa system som har konventionella stridsspetsar till exempel. När det gäller Norges tänkesätt, ja, alltså det får väl bli en förhandlingsfråga. Dels så måste vi komma överens om hur vi ska ha det i Sveriges riksdag, vad vi tycker är rimligt, hur en majoritet i Sveriges riksdag ser på den här frågan. Och sen kan man då efter ett NATO-medlemskap eventuellt diskutera det här med NATO. Men i det här läget, innan vi ens är medlemmar under ansökningsprocessen, nej, jag tycker att vi ska hålla oss utanför den diskussionen.
Tack. Bra, tack för det. Klockan är ett bra påfund, men den går framåt hela tiden. Det betyder det att vi har 4 minuter kvar. Det får gärna vara en interaktiv debatt, så därför skulle det gärna kunna komma en fråga från publiken, så har vi också fått in det interaktiva elementet, och den kommer här. Varsågod.
Sanomat här i Helsingfors. Jag skulle gärna ställa en fråga till Sven-Olof och Peter Hultqvist. Statsminister Kristersson och Turkiets president Erdogan förhandlade idag i Ankara. Vilka förväntningar har ni om det här mötet, och tycker ni att Sverige har ändrat sin politik och position visavi kurdiska grupper UPG och PUD? Tack.
Ja, vem börjar? Det var alltså en fråga från en journalist. Vill Peter börja eller Sven-Olof? Peter.
Ja, okej, tack för frågan. Jag har inte insyn i de diskussioner som ska föras nu i Turkiet mellan Kristersson och Erdogan. Däremot så får man ju hoppas att det här blir en positiv del i en process där man kanske löser upp olika typer av knutar när det gäller relationen då, som kan underlätta på något sätt för att ordna det här NATO-medlemskapet. Däremot så tror jag det är viktigt att när man har den här typen av kontakter, den här typen av relationer, att man agerar på ett sådant sätt så att man inte hamnar i ett läge där man sen får en kritik för att man går för långt, böjer sig för andras uppfattningar, går för långt i att det uppfattas som att man förändrar ståndpunkt och så vidare. Vi har ju från mitt parti sagt att det här rena avståndstagandet mot YPG och PUD som då Kristersson och Billström har gjort, det stämmer inte med det avtal som vi har skrivit med Turkiet, och när den regering jag företrädde skrev det, utan det var en mer neutral formulering. Så vi tycker där att man kan ifrågasätta om man inte egentligen har gått lite långt när det gäller just den delen. Jag tycker också man i rättvisans namn ska säga det att båda de här organisationerna spelade en väldigt viktig roll i kampen mot Daesh, och var ju också de som befriade Kobane ifrån Daesh och IS. Sen har de ju tagit ett omfattande ansvar för de här lägren med IS-fångar. Så att man ska ha det med sig också när man bedömer vad det här är för någonting. Men vi får väl avvakta och se vad som kommer ut av de här samtalen och så får vi väl göra en bedömning efter det då. Och det lär väl säkert vara mycket i media om det inom en snar framtid.
Tack för det, och Sven-Olof som representerar regeringslägret.
Ja, tack för frågan kanske jag ska säga, men i det här läget är man kanske också glad att just utrikes- och säkerhetspolitiken ligger mycket på utrikesutskottet och utrikespolitiska talespersoner. Men jag ska ändå försöka svara på frågan, och i det här läget så är det överordnade målet att vi får vår NATO-ansökan godkänd utav samtliga medlemsländer och att vi får det ganska snart. Sen finns det problematik i de krav som Turkiet ställer, men då får vi tror jag titta på det efteråt, hur vi löser ut det. Men i det här läget så är det ett överordnat mål och det är viktigt för Sveriges säkerhet. Vi är ändå valda att ansvara för Sveriges säkerhet i första hand. I det här läget så är det ett överordnat mål. Tack.
Tack så mycket Sven-Olof, med de orden så ska vi också avrunda årets Hanating. Klockan är 14. Tack till våra politiker, både nära och fjärran. Jättevärdefullt att ni var med. Vi vet hur tuffa tidtabeller ni har. Tack till våra forskare. Tack till alla närvarande här, både på distans och här på plats. Hanatinget är slut. Slutresultatet är fortfarande 1-0 till Finland och Sverige. Det betyder det att vi med tillförsikt ser fram emot fotbolls-VM där vi inte är med. Men vi fortsätter på andra arenor och vi hoppas att en av de arenorna snart är NATO-medlemskapet i Bryssel. Tack ska ni ha. Ha en bra höst.